So as you realized, we are running a little bit late, but that's probably because some of the members are, or at least one member, and the most important member of the day is still missing, and probably at the security. But I think we get started anyway, and then kind of celebrate him once he appears. So potentially that's kind of like a strategy. If you have birthday, come late and get the celebrations. Should have done that on Monday. So very good morning. Welcome to everybody for kind of our second day of the board meeting. Just looking back to what we had yesterday, I think we had great discussions in the morning, a great outreach event. Thanks again to our great hosts for organizing that. Very rich discussions. And of course, we had a wonderful cocktail reception. I think the name is a little bit misleading. It was like much more than a cocktail reception, I think. It was really lovely, enjoyed the conversations. Was a very, very nice evening. So thank you a lot again to our great and kind hosts. So at that point in time, I wanted to announce the birthday of the day, but I will skip that for the moment. You can think about whose birthday is tomorrow, because we are still lacking somebody to celebrate for tomorrow. In terms of the agenda for today, you see that there are already 3 people hovering next to me. That's where we're going to start with the agenda. We talk about public policies this morning. We hope, and I'm looking in the direction of these 3 lovely people here, we hope that we can save a little bit of time, because we want to squeeze in measurement then between public policies and work program consultation. I think we are limited, of course, to until 2:30 because of the external speaker on one side, the breakout discussions on the other side. So I think if we want to kind of discuss measurement, we have to do it until 2:30 today, or even tomorrow if that's not working at all. But I'm very confident looking at you and kind of like pushing you that it will work out as such. So leading then over into our climate-related disclosures discussion, and just to kind of remind all of you that with that we are kind of doing nothing else than just continuing responding to the comments of stakeholders on ED1. It's not that we are kind of starting here a complete fresh discussion. We are just bit by bit kind of working on the comments which we received from stakeholders. You remember that in March we started with the structure of the standard, scope of public policy programs, and public sector specific definitions. That were kind of the first digestible bits which we kind of started with. This time kind of the staff tables us kind of different and some more, which is responsibility, governance, strategy, risk and outcome management, and metrics and targets. So that's the 5 bits we kind of want to get off the table this meeting. And I think with that, Sabine, probably handing over to you, and you're managing us through the session. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. So I think Thomas spoke to our first slides. I can skip through. No.
Okay, save time already.
We're saving time. So
10 minutes.
So we're not doing a full education because Karen and Alex did a great job of that in March to provide an overview and review of the project again. And so this is just a reminder, as Thomas said, where we are in the project. We're responding to the ED comments. And so what we will, too many buttons. What we will focus on today is those key topics that Thomas mentioned: responsibility, financial implications, metrics and targets. And some of they can be quite complex and difficult. Staff have spent a lot of time thinking through and discussing and challenging each other on the different views, because there could be many different views and approaches to these issues. But ultimately, what we want to highlight is that our proposals, our thinking, our recommendations are grounded in what we heard from respondents. So all the issues and proposals today, we're not trying to rethink the wheel and go back to the square one. We're really driven by respondent feedback, and that's where we're coming from, and all the proposals you'll hear today. So with that, the first topic, responsibility. So to start this discussion, just recalling what we had in the ED on responsibility and where this concept came from. With the combined ED, it covered the day-to-day activities for all entities, that concept of own operations, as well as the climate-related public policy programs. And so we needed to caveat and clarify that while the day-to-day activities disclosures was meant for all public sector entities, the climate-related public policy disclosures are only for a subset of those. And so it was the board's way to carve out and create and define who that subset would be. And so the board's intention with this was ultimately to hold those entities accountable for climate-related public policy programs for which they have responsibility for those policy programs and their outcomes. So that's why the ED landed at requiring entities with responsibility for outcomes of climate-related public policy programs to provide the disclosures and apply this part of the standard. With that, the board acknowledged and recognized that there are often multiple public sector entities involved in a public policy with many different roles. So that's, the policy design, the funders, the implementers, the outcome evaluators. So the board acknowledged this and recognized this at the ED phase. And what was included in the ED were key factors in the application guidance to help entities determine if they have a responsibility. So just as a quick reminder, those key factors were that there is legislation that states that the entity has responsibility for the outcomes of that climate-related public policy program. Secondly, that they have the responsibility for the design of the climate-related public policy program. So that's really focused on those policymakers that design the policy program rather than all the implementers and outcome evaluators. And then thirdly, that they have accountability for the consequences of not achieving outcomes. So these were key factors that you may consider. You do not have to meet all of those three, and this is not a full exhaustive list, but these were to demonstrate that the level of responsibility required is not for all entities, not for those implementers or outcome evaluators, but it's really for those who design, who have the sovereign powers or delegated sovereign powers to mandate the actions and influence behaviors through setting policy. And so that was the intention. We have application guidance. We have a number of illustrated IGs and IEs to go along with that. So then what did we hear back? Respondents to SMC were generally supportive of the approach to responsibility. And so the key ask and concern that entities had was for greater clarity on shared responsibility. Where there's shared responsibility, they had a number of questions, which I will get into detail in a couple slides. So first, maybe we have two decisions. The first one is just on the reframing of responsibility. So respondents were supportive of responsibility, but with the shift, yes, thank you. The shift in March scope decision to away from climate-related public policy programs, then the board to decide how we amend this responsibility for what. And so staff considers the range you can see in that sort of spectrum, a narrow definition perhaps would be responsibility for climate-related outcomes of public policy, and on the other end of that range is responsible for public policies. So on the narrow range, it could be interpreted as sort of taking us back to only climate-related focused policies with the way it's written there. And on the broad range, it could be interpreted as you have to look at and disclose on every single public policy. And so the middle ground that the staff would propose is just reframing this and amending this to responsibility for public policy with climate-related outcomes as that balance. That said, we acknowledge there is the materiality overlay, of course, to that it would be, those with material information for users, but that's the proposed amendment. And also, you'll see that drafted in paragraph 3. I acknowledge probably as you read that, it felt very repetitive. Staff will go back and review the drafting and repetition as this we presented it as a straight modification track changes to the ED, but across paragraphs 2, 3, 4, there's some repetition that we will clean up. But the essence is really that this is the proposal is to reframe this, to amend this to be responsibility for public policy with climate-related outcomes, couched in respondents' support for the use of the responsibility approach, and to align with the shift in the scope and the decisions and the definitions agreed on in March. That takes me to shared responsibility, and I debated whether to have these two as separate discussions, but I think shared responsibility is such a major part when we think about responsibility and the key issue to clarify. And so I'll present this as well before we go into discussion. So on the responses that we heard, we heard a lot of concerns around the ambiguity of accountability. There is, a risk of folks saying that, oh, it's ambiguous, I don't have accountability, and a potential for non-disclosure that no one will end up disclosing. There were concerns that responsibilities are divided. Who is going to provide what disclosures? There's a lot of ask for some more prescriptive, like tell me in this scenario who among all of these entities would provide what disclosures. There are examples and respondents who are asking about shared or joint responsibility, for example, where there are different levels of government providing shared subsidies. There's the federal and the local who are both providing and funding into the joint subsidies. And there's emphasis and concern around the lack of coordination and integration across entities that currently exists, and recognizing that this type of reporting will require coordination that may not already be there. And finally, again, going to the concern for lack of disclosure and no one taking accountability because policies may be set by legislators and not reporting entities. And so there was a number of concerns and really a lot of asking for who, tell me who is providing what disclosures. And so the challenge, I think, for the board is how do we take a principled approach to the many different arrangements that are out there, that we cannot be prescriptive to define who is responsible, who should be providing these disclosures at what level. How do we stay principled and flexible to all the different arrangements out there, and open to those who want to provide disclosures, who want to apply this standard, and still thinking, that respondents did support responsibility. So how do we use this and tailor it to address respondents' concerns? So the staff have this proposal on additional disclosure, but before that, we do recognize that the AGs, the IGs, IEs are there. We have provided a number of guidance to help users, preparers to determine. And so what we will do is also look at those to highlight and how do we clarify and emphasize what we have there, that responsibility is for those with sovereign powers through setting policy. How do we we'll clarify the AGs that we have, and also I noted in the papers that we would also add that at least one entity across the shared responsibility entities should be providing disclosure, so that they're to address those concerns that no entities would report, and it could, encourage coordination and integration across entities, and potentially identifying a lead entity to provide disclosure. So those are in the AGs, but what this recommendation is really to add disclosure. So to add disclosure, we'd seek a board decision on that, to provide this narrative disclosure that include an overview of the responsibility of those entities. So this disclosure would be alongside what we already have in the ED, that requires entities to disclose its policy mandate, including an overview of its own role and responsibilities with regard to that policy program. And this would be in addition to your own role, to provide an overview of the role of others. And that would give users a complete picture of the policy setting landscape and understand what's perhaps being disclosed by this entity as part of its role, and also identify those other roles that they may be interested in or should also be held accountable. So this proposed disclosure was actually suggested by a few respondents in their comment letters as well, to help address some of those and encourage that integration across entities. And I think that I'll pause there. So we're looking to, we have the two discussions, but I do think they may be integrated, but just highlighting again, we're talking about the amending the responsibility for public policies with climate-related outcomes, as well as looking at this additional disclosure around the role and responsibilities of other shared responsibility entities.
Good to know, Lauren. Good to know. So be careful now. And that's right in time, because before I open the discussion, I just want to welcome our today's birthday child, Hervé Adrien. Good morning and happy birthday to you. Already said June is a busy meeting month, obviously, with every day kind of somebody else having a birthday. Second, before we open the discussion, I'm conscious that the CAG had a discussion on Monday on public policies as well, especially on the aspects of responsibility and shared responsibility. So Fabienne, if you could summarize the responses from the CAG and the advice before we start the discussion.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you, Celine, for the presentation and the questions. So, well, indeed, on that, CAG members expressed a broad range of views with support for staff proposals. And they noted that lower levels of governments are sometimes more advanced in sustainability reporting than the central government itself. And those lower level of governments would be ready and keen to disclose how they are accountable for public policies. But there's also the fact that the difference in pace between various levels of government could also create a disconnect, and that resonates with what Celine has just presented. That comes from the comments from the comment letters. And on this, a CAG member suggested that the draft standard could help driving the important task of coordination across ministries and agencies. Other CAG members considered reporting should be at the whole of government level only, observing that reporting on public policies at entity level may be misaligned with how the public sector is structured, and also that assigning responsibility at entity level could lead to fragmented reporting and confusion on accountability. And with that in mind, CAG members had a couple of suggestions for the board's attention. Firstly, consider applying a concept similar to value chain, in that it could help define boundaries, as well as addressing risk of inconsistency and duplication of reporting. And secondly, provide illustrative examples of what would be included and equally important of what wouldn't be included. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne, for that summary. So with that, opening the discussion regarding both topics, responsibility and shared responsibility. Noriati.
Thank you, Chair. Basically I support the proposal by the staff, and one thing is about the because previously we talked about the public policies program, the entity of who is the completing the public policy program. Now we dive into the outcome, because that outcome is the one who we need to write it down in the report, so the stakeholder would see what is the outcome of the initiative, and to achieve the objective of the climate objective for these purposes. And the other one is, we also acknowledge that there is a challenges of coordination, and because we are interrelated from federal, state, and provincial or the local authority. But maybe one thing that we can, the approach that one of the approach that we can some sort overcome these challenges is by through the allocation of budget, and maybe because of the federal would give a grant to the state and so on. So for the state who receive, or the local authorities who receive the grant for this climate or policies, climate policies, something like that, they are the responsible and accountable for the allocation given, and should be part of the coordination entities for that particular reports. Thank you.
Thanks, Noriati. So kind of, using budget allocation as an indicator for responsibility for outcomes. Thank you for that. Alex, then I'm just going around the table, and because I missed the sequence, so Alex, Mike, and then George.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to include in the proposed additional guidance for identifying the lead reporting entity when the responsibility for a public policy is shared among multiple entities, for example. The guidance could specify that primary responsibility normally rests with the entity that established the strategic objectives of the public policy and has legal authority over its implementation and controls the primary financial resource associated with the policy, I think, and has been formally designed as the coordinate entity of the policy. And additionally, the standard should clarify how the requirements apply in federal system when responsibilities are shared among national, regional, and local governments. I think it's important. That's my observation. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. So Mike, George, then Dina. Dave, do you want to jump in the middle, or? Huh? For you, yeah, okay.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. Just a short comment on shared responsibility, because we have. Oh, yeah, sorry. Is it now better? Okay, so as we have here the interesting situation that the disclosures from one entity are dependent on the disclosures from another entity, which follows that approach. I think we could be a little bit, let's say, stricter, because I noticed that in AG 11 and 12, that's a very soft wording, maybe related to that really unusual relationship of the reporting, that we might move away from that may to more to require, or should, something like that, that we as a board make very clear that we expect that there is really a coordination. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mike. George, Dina, then Dave, for you, then Claudia.
Thank you, Thomas. First off, I am generally supportive of the proposal from staff. I appreciate the paper. It was very informative and certainly answered a lot of my questions as I went through. One of the concerns I have, actually, Alex expressed similar concerns. Not funding, but the establishment of a public policy, many cases starts at a federal upper level, and they take responsibility ultimately for the outcome. For a user to understand, and for the legislative and branches as well as executive branches to understand if the outcomes have been met, they can only be identified at that level. And so in some cases, really that's the only place to present that information is the responsibility of the public policy organization to gather that information. The shared arrangement where you talk about numerous entities have shared responsibility, having been involved at both at the state and the federal level, literally in some cases there are hundreds of shared entities sharing that responsibility. And I guess the question I have on that in that area, what burden are we going to put on those entities that are sharing responsibility, maybe across a whole state, across the whole country, or a whole region? How much disclosure are we really looking at here, or just a general statement it's shared with other entities? Because it could be quite extensive and a burden on those organizations.
Thanks, George. Dina, then Dave for you, and then Claudia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm overall very supportive of the proposition of the staff. I think also the working paper was very beneficial. My only important improvement, because the working paper currently is clearly distinguished between the public policy setters and the entities, which is very makes sense a lot. But for many public policies that are not primarily client focused may still have a material related outcomes in the same time providing material information to the users. My main clarification is relation to the distinguish between the responsibility of a public policy and the control over the resulting outcomes, because it's not in particular that I'm doing a public policy, but I control on the outcomes that is being reported by the entity. So maybe we can, because this can be affected by several entities, we have market behaviors, individuals that we should be taken into consideration when we drafting this. Therefore, I think drafting should be clear that the entity is accountable for the public policy it is responsible for, and for disclosing climate-related outcome reasonably attributable to that policy, but not the outcome outside its role or influence. I also support the proposal for the responsibilities and about the disclosure about the roles and responsibilities is extremely important. But we need to, within the disclosure, identify the issues I think that has been highlighted by Celine and by the CAG, where we have shared responsibilities. We need to find the solution for the duplication risks, who's reporting what, as well as how entity will disclose the interact with whole government reporting, particularly where multiple entities contribute to the same public policy outcome. So overall, I'm very supportive of the proposition of the staff, but I think the final drafting should be clear about the accountability, boundaries, and the operation in practice. Thank you.
Thanks, Dina. That has been very clear. So Dave for Yun, and then Claudia.
I think Yun's comment comes in a very appropriate time after Dina's. She didn't go into the exact detail, but she indicated that where there is shared responsibility, it'll be important for it to be clear in the standard. And she indicated that application guidance and illustrative examples be very helpful, because to George's point, how much burden are we putting on? It'll be really important to illustrate that in the guidance.
Thanks, Dave. So Claudia, then Mari, then Angela.
Thank you. I just want to add what already Mike and George have explained, that I have concerns about the required disclosure to describe the role of other entities with their responsibility. I agree fully that in the reporting it should be explained what is the reporting entity's role and mandate, make sure why they report on it. but to explain, like in a federal system, who is responsible in the municipality, they are responsible to report on it. But then to decide they have a shared responsibility with the canton or with the state level or with federal level or with other seems a little bit overburdened. And sometimes it's maybe not that clear from legislation. It's to decide on the municipality level who is responsible. It's the federal or the state level. So it's like the same if you have a lot of entities also involved in it, what we really means with that we should explain what other entities have which responsibility in the report of the reporting entity. That seems a little bit overburdened, and I'm not sure if it's really the right place for reporting on public policy programs.
Thanks, Claudia. Marie, then Angela, and then Jakuba is waiting patiently. Sorry for overlooking you, Jakuba.
Yes, thank you. I have a similar insight with Claudia, and so many public sector entities exist, and so who is responsible for the public policy, and who is responsible for climate-related outcomes. And so it is, we have to consider about the various type of entity has each their public policy and outcome. And so we have to define go back to define the public policy. And so it is so difficult. And the paragraph 9 mentioned about the including all public policies that have climate-related outcomes, whether or not the policy has a climate focus, and including all climate-related outcomes, whether positive, negative, intended or unintended. And so it is so confusing, and so that we have to define the responsibility for the public policy, who is responsible for the public policy, and who is responsible for the climate-related outcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Angela, Jakuba, then Renee.
Thank you, Chair. On responsibility, and particularly shared responsibility, I do share a lot of concerns that members have raised around the fragmentation and the potential burden at a sort of a lower level of government in terms of working out who actually has responsibility. And I think my experience is similar to George, maybe not hundreds in New Zealand, but certainly a few. And so while I'm worried about the burden, my main concern is really for the user, and particularly the citizen of a jurisdiction. And I have a strong view, I guess, looking at the CAG discussion, I have a strong view that we should either be strongly encouraging, perhaps prescribing is too far, but strongly encouraging from a user needs perspective, the discussion of policy and responsibility should be at the highest entity level, whether that's a city or a state or a government. And the reason I think that's so important is that ultimately the public interest for the user is what is the highest level entities plan to transition to a low emissions economy? What is their plan to adapt and be more resilient? That's the critical public interest question that I think most users are looking for. And I think that then leads me to what are the current policies impacting climate? What's the plan? What's the track to get to the goal? And how are we journeying on that? And I feel that that's the only way you can actually have a discussion about policies. It worries me that we start with, here is a list of policies and here are some disclosures about the policies, but the user might, well, that's very interesting, but how are we tracking? what's the plan at the highest level. Now, to do the highest level, I don't want to call it a consolidated report, but to do that public interest, what is the plan and how are we tracking? It will require internal information flowing internally amongst the government or the state. I personally would like to see that in practice being an internal process, not played out in individual entity external reporting, because I think there's a big cost burden when you have to report externally at fragmented levels. So you have a burden and then it's unsatisfactory to the ultimate public interest of how is this jurisdiction tracking and what is the plan. So I strongly support, I guess, the CAG members that talked about the importance of really framing this in a what's the plan and how we're tracking at the highest level. And I would really like to see in the framing or the guidance that that's ultimately the most important thing from a user perspective. How we do that in drafting, I haven't thought through.
Thanks, Angela. That's then staff's task. So go to Yakuba, then Renee, and then Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Yakuba.
Okay, thank you. So I have 2 points I would like to, the first one I would like to clarify, maybe provide some recommendation. It is related to my reading when it's come to the standard itself, the way we are moving. At some point during my reading, it looked like the requirement we are providing should be trying to capture the disclosures needed to hold the government accountable, the entities accountable. But sometime when I'm reading, it looked like we are setting a kind of a standard where we are bringing standard on the accountability itself. So sometime during my reading, I was a bit misled. So maybe we need to draft it the way it is clear that we are setting a standard where we will capture information needed to hold the government accountable. This is this kind of thing I have as a kind of taste when I read the draft right now. Now, the second one is related to the chair mandate. I totally support the way it is drafted, and it is we are pushing it to the jurisdiction. But still, I think we need to provide principle, because if the jurisdiction is taking care of determining who will be the reporting entities, I think we can end it up with fragmentation. To me, we can push it to the jurisdiction or the grouping, the coordination grouping, but we still need to provide principle, some kind of items of principle that they can use in order to be sure that the right entity are being determined to report. So those are the two issues I would like to raise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Yakuba. Renee, Karen, and then Song Jin.
Thank you, Chair. So looking at your agenda paper focused on the additional disclosure proposal. And when I first got into this topic and thought about that, I said, this is not answering the respondents' concern. In my view, adding disclosure is not responding to their concern about clarifying who is the responsible entity. Then I kept reading, and then I found those those revised AGs. And that's where I said, okay, this is what we need to do. We need to give more guidance, more clarification on who is, I'm going to say, the primary responsible entity, but I've heard primary, I've heard the entity that's ultimately responsible. I heard the entity at the highest level. And I think when I look at AG10, this is where we're trying to explain which entity has responsibility for public policy with climate related outcomes. We seem to be skirting around that. We're just using responsibility. Then we go on and we say there are shared responsibilities. So I'm thinking, can we come back and can we consider in AG10 or somewhere in our guidance to qualify that responsibility? Is it the primary responsibility? Like, I'm not sure what word, I'm not sure how to do this, but it seems that this would be very helpful. I think we would still be in a principle-based space. So that's what I'm thinking. I think that our respondents we acknowledge their shared responsibilities, and I like AG11, AG12. I agree they're a good starting point, but I agree that we could continue to refine and enhance and maybe more explicit in those AGs. But I go back to AG10 and wonder, could we use a qualifier there of responsibility to help them help convey that message that we're talking about? Primary is the first qualifier that comes to mind, but I'm going to leave it to staff to maybe consider how can we clarify at that point before we get into 11 and 12.
Thanks, Renee. With that, over to Karen and then Sung-Jin.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think I'm going to be building on some of the comments that have been made. I'm very sympathetic to what Angela said about the user perspective and being able to see that you best get a sort of a whole of government or whole of, a bigger accumulation point. But given that we're talking about entity reporting here, I do think we need to be clear about what we mean by responsibility, because I think fragmented reporting is not going to be helpful to users. Users, I think, will gain most if all of the reporting about a particular public policy is in one place. And in my view, that is probably the entity that has got the minister or equivalent on top of it who has set forth that policy on behalf of government. But I think that needs to be clear. And I think it was said earlier about having examples. And certainly as a board member, I would appreciate seeing what do we think good looks like in terms of what actually would get reported in this space so that we can satisfy ourselves about the risk of burdensome reporting on other entities. But I do think we need to be clear about responsibility for what when we're talking about who has the responsibility, because as been rightly said, different parts of government have got different roles to play and they will all have some responsibility in relation to that role. But I think we need to be clear about what is the role that would trigger the reporting, whether it's, as Renee has just said, the primary responsibility, I don't know, but I think we need to have that clarity to kind of inform where we go. The other point that I wanted to make was around the spectrum that was on the previous slide to the one that's on the screen at the moment, where I think we're looking at responsibility of public policy with climate related outcomes, because there will be policies for other things that have perhaps that aren't there to progress mitigations or adaptations for climate change, but nevertheless have a climate related outcome. I'm not quite sure how you avoid looking at them all. So I was thinking of maybe a road bill, a policy to expand road networks or something. There will be a climate related outcome in relation to that policy decision, and just being clear on the mechanics of picking that up. And then finally, shared responsibility. In my working life, it's never quite worked. Where there's shared responsibility, there becomes the risk of misunderstanding. And so I think if we can, we should avoid even use of that. I think we should talk about different types of responsibility to bring some clarity there. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Karen. With that, Sungjin.
Thank you, Chair. And I really appreciate staff's effort to put together this well-balanced paper. It helped a lot to me to think about these issues. First, about this definition of public policy. Can you go back to the previous slide? Yes. I think this is well-balanced, going between two extremes. And I'm supporting staff recommendation for this revision, but probably we may need to be a little more careful about the meaning of the with. So how much of climate-related outcome would qualified to be called as policy with climate-related outcome? Some of the public policy programs may have minor unintended consequences related to climate outcome. Some are major, so we have to decide. We have to evaluate that aspect as well. Moving on to second recommendation, shared responsibility. Yes. Also, I saw there was many doubts, concerns about fragmentation, and probably we need to put more attention or effort for coordination, especially from the user's point of view. Fragment reporting not going to be helpful. I agree about all those concerns and views. But on the other hand, what we are dealing with is entity reporting. I know this is way out of our comfort zone as a standard setting. So accounting standard is mainly for the entity, and whatever happens within the entity that be disclosed. But this shared responsibility is actually coming out of that comfort zone. So need to incorporate some of the things happen outside the boundary of that entity. So how far can we go out of this entity notion of entity reporting? I support staff's recommendation because what is recommended here is disclosure more about what entity relied on in determining their own roles and responsibility, and also disclosure more about other entities' roles and responsibilities. To me, that much of disclosure should be enough. Well, should is too strong. Can be enough to provide relevant information to the users. Users will evaluate the merit of the reporting based on criteria used by entity to determine their own roles and responsibility and other entities' roles and responsibility. And they're going to interpret information disclosed in the statement based on that criteria. But if you are trying to go too far to increase more of coordination, I don't know. I've not thought through about that aspect, but that sounds like going too far from the notion of traditional entity-based reporting. So I think that the staff recommendation that's why I'm saying it's kind of, to me, it looks like a well-balanced.
Thank you, Sungjin. Andrew?
Thanks, Thomas. I think I told you this morning that this one is not clear in my mind and still trying to figure out where we need to go in a direction in here. I share, I think, a lot of the concerns raised about ultimate responsibility, shared responsibility, and the confusions in there. And I think I lean towards the ultimate main responsibility. I guess my question in that is then, is this an entity view or is this a policy-based view? So is this disclosure then done for a policy or is it done for an entity? And are we running into trouble by trying to describe the entity that's responsible for the single policy, and does that create confusions that we've potentially got? I think the other sort of question that I've still got in my mind, and it's perhaps thinking a little bit further down the line in terms of if we've got more of a complete architecture around this. So going into a world where we've got a PP standard on climate policies, and we've got perhaps a general disclosure, an S1 equivalent, shall we say, on this. And you start to prepare this sort of disclosures for all public policies around sustainability related matters. And do we then start to duplicate or overlap in terms of certain of these outcomes? And I guess the question that I've got here is, and I think Karen started to touch on it, where you have a policy that's not necessarily directly aimed at addressing climate. It's got these other outcomes of that. And I know the response said we need to look at those in terms of this, but does that need to be addressed in this standard? Or if we do look at a broader suite where we do have an S1 equivalent, does that not be captured in some of the disclosures of other policies within the broader, public sector or government space? So do we really need to put that in here? And Angela, your view was, well, one of the things you said, and if I'm wrong, tell me, is to sort of say, what is the user's perspective of here? And it's, what is the goal? What is the aim of the policy? How are we tracking against that, right? So if I've got a policy that its primary aim is not necessarily to go and tackle climate or try and address the transition and these things, the current disclosure is saying, well, you've sort of got to go and disclose now these climate-related outcomes on the other side for that policy. But is that the right space? Or is that now the person who does have the responsibility to track against the climate, they would say, well, we're not getting there because we've got this counter policy on the other side. So you kind of end up with this broader landscape and different reports that are coming out. So does every report need to address everything? When we do have a larger landscape, I'm a little bit confused still on that one. So sorry, just adding a couple of things in there.
Thank you, Andrew. So Abdullah is probably the last for that round.
Thank you, Chair. And just not to drag this any further, but a quick thoughts. These are the characteristics of the public sector. Shared responsibilities, ambiguity around responsibilities. This is how it's run. Not just about climate. In every aspect in the public sector, there is something. And to be on the principle space, like Renee was saying, I would go with AG 10 and stay on there, probably add something about the mandate, saying if the entity's mandate is to go around that and stop at that level. If we drag it further, I'm afraid that we're going to be going through something that is related on jurisdiction level work that they need to do it on there. This is my thought, but I am agreeing with the staff proposal.
So I don't see any further comments. I think what I'm going to do is probably ask staff kind of how to kind of immediately react to that. I think I heard kind of the need for clarification, what responsibility means and how to define that. I think there were kind of different approaches kind of suggested. One kind of was using budget allocation as an indicator for outcome responsibility. Another was kind of to use the user's perspective as the decisive lens. I think you made an important point, Andrew, kind of regarding entity view versus policy perspective, and how does that kind of relate to the term of responsibility. I think I heard the clarification need regarding kind of, we probably heard three different terms. We heard whole of government perspective, we heard ultimate responsibility, we had primary responsibility. So kind of qualification needed regarding that. How do we avoid looking at all public policies? I think that was an important aspect, which is related then to kind of the outcome aspect, which Yakuba also mentioned, and Sungjin mentioned that as well. So kind of just touching on a few points of what was summarized or was kind of commented. Do you want to kind of react quickly on that? Celine, Alex?
Thank you for all the comments. I have four.
Thank you, Celine. Saves us a lot of time.
I think with all of that, I'm hearing that there is generally support. It's a matter of refining what we do have and determining what's that right way to head to indicate to folks that we're looking at that higher primary level. And the thing that I think Andrew and Sungjin touched on is really, I think, recognizing that this is an entity level report. It's written for entity level, but with this direction, it does lead almost to that policy level. So recognizing that that's the approach that we're looking for. We're not looking for those hundreds or few in different jurisdictions, all of them, to be providing that disclosure. But this shifts and clarifies that we're looking for that from really more policy level driven reporting. So it's a matter of how we clarify that. And we wouldn't be at every single entity, but also acknowledging that, this could be at the different levels. Like to Abdullah's point, we're not getting into the different jurisdictions, whether it's national. We're not precluding local government from using this as well. I don't think. Do you want to add to that, Alex? Yeah.
I think that's probably the most important element to bring out here is the clarification around what is, I think, well articulated as attention of system level, policy level to entity level reporting that's offered and how to help preparers in navigating that. I think it's one for us to then think about of how we effectively articulate it to, if that is primary, highest whole of government, like how that is best brought forward through the guidance and the AGs. I think that's probably the main part to say. Maybe one other part too that I wonder if it helps members in this is not forgetting the materiality lens here as well. That's going to be really important in this standard. And I think it's actually highly likely, so George, to your intervention, when we talked about those hundreds of entities who are implementers or maybe have a touch point into a policy, I'd say that a good case for many of them that it's not going to be material. And if we're able to articulate that well for them to say it's that primary one who has the plan setting it out who's going to offer this disclosure, it's maybe then not material for that larger group. And it's the one person who's then setting out what this looks like as a system at an entity level. I think that would be a good place to land in making sure we get the guidance in that space.
Yeah, thanks, Celine. Thanks, Alex, for kind of summarizing and responding that. I heard kind of a couple of times AG10 especially kind of being a good starting point to kind of make the tweaks and clarifications. Renee, you kind of want to come in again?
Yes, I would just like to clarify. So I also heard concerns about the additional proposed disclosure. I can't remember if you mentioned that in your summary, but there seems to be mixed views on whether that additional good disclosure is helpful or not. So there's something to consider. And then Andrew and Sunjin's comments, and I think Karen also touched on it. So at the last board meeting, we did reframe it, right? It's responsibility for climate-related outcomes of public policies. But then what I'm hearing around the table are ideas about or concerns about what does that entail. We can't be asking to look at all the policies, and we should avoid an entity having to look at all policies. But when I read it, I don't know how you address your looking at your policies that have a climate related outcome without looking at all of them. And I appreciate Andrew, fast forward into the future and bringing up the point about, when we start looking at general disclosure requirement, well, is it here in this standard that we want the entity to look at all the policies that may have a climate related outcome? So these are all interesting comments, but I'm wondering the implication of them. What are they? How are we going to further advance that thinking? So I think the questions have been posed, but I don't necessarily see the way forward on this. And how are we going to reconcile the fact that we don't want them to look at all the policies, but the way it's written, it seems that's what the requirement will be. So I'm just flagging that this is an interesting beginning of a conversation, but I'm not sure we got to the bottom of it yet.
Ross, and then Alex.
Not sure I have a response for Renee's final point on that, but I did want to highlight what we heard on the shared responsibility additional disclosures. So I don't think that was summarized. So I did hear some general support and acknowledgement of the response to what we heard in the responses, but some concern around how we might make that too burdensome and that we need to think about maybe mechanisms we could take forward and encouraging those types of disclosures without specifically requiring them. And making it a little clearer that we do think somebody would have a primary responsibility, and that's the intent of what we're looking to disclose, not the secondary shared responsibility disclosures. So I think it's important we keep that balanced. We need to respond to what we heard, but that doesn't mean we have to respond by bringing in very onerous requirements that we don't think practically could be operationalized. And I think that's important to balance. And that's what I was hearing. I just wanted to share that.
Celine, do you want to come in? And then I see Karen has raised her hand.
Thanks. I think that on the additional disclosure requirement, I agree there's mixed response, some concerns. I think what we can do, and there was a good suggestion from the KEG as well, is thinking about using that upstream downstream analogy from SRS1, the value chain, and we can try and illustrate that and define the border. But again, it's meant to be, I think, an overview of the responsibilities, not a detailed, just to paint the landscape rather than be over burdensome. And maybe if that clarity is there, then it could be helpful. But that's the way we're thinking about it. But yeah, we could take that away to present what that might look like. On the question of whether we are really asking for folks to look at all public policies, I think this goes back to the discussions in March and the thinking really that materiality is the lens, and we'd expect that there are key areas where those policies have the material climate related outcomes. We always talk about those key sectors like transport, agriculture, energy. These would be where you would start. Certainly once we get into a general sustainability related disclosure, then that will broaden and look further. But it is, is it a top-down approach to identifying or a bottom-up approach? I don't think that we define that for an entity on how they do that.
Thanks, Celine. Alex?
Just to speak to that point that you've raised, Andrew, here as well, because I think it's an important one to have some forward look for the board of thinking about what could be next, even though the work program discussions to come, but having read the papers there. And I maybe I'd suggest for this though that if we kind of look at what's in front of us though, and the responses that we've had back, we are moving in the direction of what we've heard against an ED, and I think, of course, we're not going to be writing this in stone. I think one of the first principle that we've offered here is let's move at pace to the extent that we need to, hearing the urgency that we've had from constituents. And if we need to change things later on as we consider S1, maybe that's an appropriate amendment to have that we're looking at that point. And for now, I think there is advantage to kind of keeping our laser focus on due process of what have we heard back here, and what does that mean of how we adjust the guidance to get to what could be a draft SRS2, without forgetting that, keeping in mind what that could mean for an evolving reporting landscape into the future.
Karen, and then Judith.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think what I was going to say is effectively building on those points. If we go down the path of saying that we're really looking at the focus on climate-related outcomes, and therefore we won't look at all policies, and taking on board the point about materiality, I do think that, and acknowledging Alex's points, that you can come back and change this in the future. It would be helpful if we had a view on where we think we are going with this, so that we don't, potentially mislead people in terms of what we're looking in the public policy landscape. So, I know this is difficult, but thinking about what that general requirement might be and how this would slot into that, if there's scope to do that, I think it would be incredibly helpful. I think we also have to recognise as well, if we think that we're going to issue this as a standard and potentially change it quite quickly, do we actually want to issue it as a standard and rather than a recommended practice that we can actually learn from and going forward? I know that may it's probably a bit of a curveball, but it may be something worthwhile considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Not surprisingly, Ross jumps off.
So just to, again, come back to the due process point, the board has always been signaling that we intend to issue this as a standard. That's what an exposure draft is. That's a proposed standard. And we've got responses to that. I don't think any of the responses were indicating that we shouldn't take it forward. Take the points on being careful on how we signal this and what we might do with S1, but S1 at the moment and the equivalent of S1 in our standard isn't on our work program yet. We haven't done any work on it beyond the appendix that we've put in SRS1. And one of the things we did here throughout the work we've done in sustainability is the board should give some guidance and get this space moving and not be afraid to be iterative, meaning change it if we need to. The lack of principles is something that is holding back action in the public sector. We've heard that loud and clear from constituents, both in the written comments as well as in the Sustainability Implementation Forum. So we do need to be careful, but at the same time, I think we're in our lane and we're following what we've heard. More work to be done, but I don't think we should pause the project or stop it.
No, I think fully agree, and I kind of share the sentiment expressed by Sung Jin, saying there's a little bit of a discomfort for us as a standard center because that's like a feeling we don't like. We don't see the whole picture. We don't see exactly where we want to go or kind of where we should go in its totality. I didn't understand that we already start an S1 or kind of S1 related project, but I heard that kind of some forward thinking of how would that relate to kind of a potential future standard would be kind of helpful. I'm not opposing that. I think that's certainly recommendable. Yeah, Judith, you have waited patiently.
Thank you, Chair. Well, a good conversation about government and sovereign power and very meaningful. I was thinking about local governments and how they have limited resources and also overcharging for a lot of activity and how they could answer to this standard. And maybe they don't have the big picture of the policies if we have a focus on policies. So I was thinking about who could have in the government the big picture of the policies of a government and the direction, maybe a ministry of planification and based on criteria of materiality, maybe they could prioritize some projects to inform and to report in this standard. So I was proposing I love to propose a progressive implementation of this report. Maybe for the first year, we can have an obligation for the ministries of planification to prioritize some projects. And with this identification of policies, every local government could see, I participate in that and make, I don't know, create awareness about their own responsibility. Because I think if we have, we have to be ambitious, but I also think we have to be practical. And in a government for a first year, it could be really difficult to have all this information. So thank you. That was the point.
Thanks, Judith. Alex, in direct response to that.
I think it's a really good point, Judith, for us to reflect on the different capabilities at different levels of government. We'll have more discussion too on proportionality mechanisms coming up shortly. But maybe just partly to your point, thinking about the local government level. And one thing we've seen from the Sustainability Implementation Forum is that this is actually quite varied. So there are local governments that are actually some of the implementation leaders in this space for public sector sustainability reporting, some actually asking for more principles around public policy disclosure. So I think for at least my immediate reflection on it is that part of what we heard from Alex and from others was it'll be really useful to have examples around a federal system or from ways in which we can at least describe how responsibility might fall within some of the common systems, perhaps, that could help a preparer without getting to the level of here's the transition relief that would operate through this type of government system or another type of government system. So really trying to retain that principle-based approach, but I think hearing a clear signal too of the ways in which we could have guidance that helps preparers in understanding some of those different contexts that we're aware of. So I hope that helps.
George, probably as a last comment for that agenda item.
Many times when have worked on these standards, I've wanted to always step back and say, where's the user going to get the most beneficial information? And as we've discussed and as I've listened, it seems to me that the user would get the best and most comprehensive information from the entity that originates the policy. And so looking at it from that perspective, that doesn't preclude participants in that success, not mentioning it in their reports, but it would be a much higher level. And in some cases, as we did in some of the federal reports, there are numerous reporting entities. They refer to the consolidated report for the actual results of the overall policy, because that's really the only place you can find the information on the success that was intended or failure that was not intended, but it is there. So just some thoughts on that.
Thanks, George, for that. I think that kind of to some extent kind of relates, Andrew, to your point of the policy perspective. So starting from the policy origination, which kind of brings us back then probably to kind of the aspect of ultimate primary, whatever responsibility. I think that corresponds still to kind of your kind of view and paper A1. So in general, I heard overall support for where the papers are going. Can I kind of take that with the kind of comments and suggestions made? I have full sympathy that staff has not an answer to all kind of the questions raised and comments made yet. I would be shocked if that would be different. Think, but I'm sure they kind of gathered all of the comments and will kind of work that into the papers. But kind of can we take the papers as a starting point, especially kind of what was described in the AGs? I think I heard that was kind of supported, and kind of the principles in kind of the arrow. So if we can take away that as a tangible outcome of the discussion, see nods around the table. Alex, are you nodding? Yes. No? You disagree? Oh, okay. You agree. Fantastic. Giving me a heart attack, Alex. That's not nice of you, actually. All right. So even Alex agreed. So with that, I think we can move on to paper A2. And Alex, probably you take us into strategy.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. So I think just in terms of, as I see the time available for us, there's a few components for us to work through within SMC 5. So this is looking at agenda item 5A2. And what I'd suggest, if it's all right, Chair, I think if we focus now on the entity level perspective, so the kind of the immediate first introduction to this paper, we have our reporting around the entity itself, and then there's the two other components that I'm not sure we'll be able to get time to for those just yet. Good. Okay. So if we step back here at the ED stage, what was offered to constituents within the strategy pillar were a number of different reporting requirements. So this looked at the strategy and decision making for an entity's climate-related public policy programs at the time and their outcomes, the anticipated challenges to achieving the intended outcomes, as well as the current and anticipated financial implications to the entity itself is I think, a really important bit of drafting there. And when we looked at the responses back to SMC 5, so to the strategy pillar and to these different disclosure requirements, here we had really three broad categories that you'll see on the slide here in the boxes of areas for us to explore further together. The first of those is the support that we did see for the financial implications disclosure requirements on the entity itself. So what was already included within the exposure draft. There was also comments that we heard back from a group of constituents around broadening the requirements to look at the financial implications beyond the entity. So looking at what's happening, not just what's happening within the entity, but looking at the broader economic consequences of that particular policy and the climate-related outcomes. And then finally, there's an important group here too who are raising concerns around disclosure burden, what this could mean across the entire strategy pillar, but particularly honing in on the financial implications requirements as well. So there's the three elements here. What you'll see in the papers, though, is at the A paper, so for 5A2, the focus is really on the financial implications questions that we've articulated for you for looking for a decision from the board. When you come to agenda item 5B3, so to the B paper, you'll see that there's also some other minor drafting and editorial changes that are proposed by staff there, not elevated to the level of an A paper, but are addressing the other elements that were raised within SMC 5. So even though the kind of focus of our discussion now, where we're really looking for board input, is a discussion on financial implications and the proportionality mechanisms that could sit alongside it, just to say that we are looking across all of responses here to SMC 5. So to take us in then to the first box on that slide, I think for the time available we can spend a bit of time discussing this first element here of financial implications to the entity itself. And what this slide does is it just walks through the staff's thinking here of what brought us to what you'll find then in Appendix 1, so then the proposed drafting and that we have on entity itself disclosure requirements. So right at the top then we have where this started within the ED, so we're describing the drafting financial implications of climate-related public policy programs to the entity itself. So that's at the ED phase. Now, if we just applied the March 2026 decision, so the last board meeting decision, to change the definition here to move away from climate-related public policy programs and add in public policies, the reading from staff here is that the end result would be a pretty broad view of what we're asking preparers to do, right? Where we're asking them to look at financial implications of public policies to the entity itself. And the staff view here is, no, that's not the objective or intent of a draft SRS2. Instead, what we'd be looking for is the climate-related information that is relevant to primary users instead. So maybe as a quick example of that, if we had agricultural subsidies as a particular policy by a Ministry of Agriculture, we're not interested here in the financial implications to the entity itself of the non-climate related outcomes of what it could mean across the cost of that subsidy or what it's doing in the non-climate information. We're specifically interested in the climate related outcomes and the climate related information. So the proposed solution to this from staff to not have that excessively broad requirement and to adjust to climate related information. I can't take credit for this. This is actually from other colleagues who said, wait a second, we have drafting on this already that focuses instead on climate-related targets by the entity. So if you look back, and actually some of the members raised this with us as well, if you look at IPSASB SRS 1 and paragraph 14b, here we talk about the entity and how it's resourcing or plans to resource the activities to achieve climate-related targets. Some members here, so just to say, we're drawing on that existing guidance now from SRS 1 and bringing it as a proposal for this draft standard. I think the advantage to this is it really then narrows the focus directly into where an entity has climate-related targets within its public policy and saying, how are you, what are the financial implications of, what are the resourcing implications related to those targets instead? So it's an important narrowing of how we'd be how we'd be requiring these disclosures. So I think I might leave it there for the moment. Maybe the one thing where we did have a few members coming to us and saying, aren't these the same requirements? So why are you, if you're asking for it in SRS 1, you've used some of the same drafting there and brought it to the draft proposals here for SRS 2. There is an important difference though. In SRS 1, we're talking about climate-related risks and opportunities to the entity itself. So the framing there and the focus for resourcing of those activities is, in this case, climate-related risk. This is a shift. Instead, we're focusing on the climate-related targets for public policy instead. So it isn't, we're not asking for the same thing here, just using some of the consistent drafting between IPSASB SRS 1 and these draft disclosures. So I think I'll leave it there for the moment, Chair, if we can open up on this first item.
Thank you, Alex. I think we have a couple of minutes before we break for coffee. So immediate reactions. Okay, you need a coffee and kind of shall we break for coffee immediately, and then Angela, you can jump after the coffee? Yeah, so I think that's a good idea. So let's break for coffee and then come back and start the discussion freshly minded and with enough caffeine in the blood. So reconvene 5 to then please 5 to 11. Can we please kind of reconvene, take our seats? No? Okay. Thank you. So before we kind of start and open the discussion, Alex just wanted to kind of do a quick reminder.
So yeah, quite an important point to bring into our discussion before you open up for us, Chair, which is reflecting on the respondents themselves on this element. So looking at financial implications to the entity itself. And this is one where there was strong support coming back from respondents and constituents to include this disclosure requirement. And in saying this, it was of course framed at what's at the top of the slide. So we talked about financial implications to climate-related public policy programs. So part of what we're reflecting on from the staff proposal is bringing us to the bottom of that, to the climate-related information, given the March decision. But having support from constituents here is an important starting point.
Absolutely, that's very important. Thanks for reminding us. So with that, Angela, I think you were bold enough to put up your flag, so come back on that.
Thank you, Chair. Partly it was to suggest to have coffee.
Okay, that's not appropriate anymore, so we don't have coffee yet.
But actually, over coffee, I do have some, I guess, some concerns with the direction of travel here. And my first concern is actually the language we're using in terms of financial implications on the entity and financial implications beyond the entity. But focused on that first part, entity, I would encourage the staff to consider using language that better focuses on policy thinking. And personally, this is the way I think of it, is I think with any policy, there is a direct cost of the policy, which will either be, as you've used in some examples, the actual either a government payment to, and I'm thinking of a climate-related policy here where there might be a payment, there may be a policy that ends up in a reduction of taxes or levies to the government as a result. There'll be an admin cost associated, direct cost of implementation. And some policies, the implementation costs can be massive, actually, especially if it's one to rewrite the tax system, for example. So I think of, when I think of the financial implications on the entity, the language I would use is what is the direct cost of the policy on, let's say, the government or the city. And then we'll get on to what I call indirect costs or impact costs on the wider community, society, economy, individuals, businesses, and that comes second. But if I come back to what are the direct costs, we've got two types of policies. We've got a climate-related policy, and I think that one's easier for me to understand. What is the cost of the climate-related policy? And the second one is where I run into problems, is when I've got a policy that is not directly for the climate, but has quite significant climate impacts. Now, the direct cost of that policy are costs related to other matters, as you say, it's not climate, and we're trying to write a climate report. So I think trying to respond to the fact that there are no direct policy costs related to climate for the non-climate policy, to then pivot to say, tell me about the internal costs related to your climate targets. I'm not sure an entity will be able to attribute their internal costs specifically to climate targeting. That's the first problem. And the second problem is I'm not sure it's that decision useful for a user. So I really sort of concerned about the way we pivoted to the direct cost element to kind of create an internal cost idea. And I think what constituents or users really want to know is in those policy sector areas where they're non-climate but are having a huge impact on the environment, they really want to know about these indirect costs, these costs on society and the environment beyond the entity. So those are my concerns.
Thanks, Angela. Yeah. Celine, Alex, responding to that, I think that was quite substantive and great remarks. Thanks, Angela.
Thank you, Angela. I think this is the exact way we were thinking about it. We were thinking about how the direct costs are very clear when you're in this space of those climate-related policies where we're focused and we have a climate initiative and people want to know your direct costs. On that, I think that the direct costs we would also include, and the way it was drafted initially was financial implications broader, because it could also be revenues if you have a carbon tax or whatnot. So it's both sides, inflows and outflows. And so we agree that is useful information, and that's what respondents are telling us as well. Where the challenge was is those non-climate ones. Is there still information there that we would be required to provide for non-climate policies? And so when we were thinking around and initially like, okay, does this drop altogether? Do we scope this only for climate policies, which feels sort of a strange sort of, oh, you have this one disclosure for only this scope of policies? Our intention with this is that by looking at the resourcing and plans to resource for activities to achieve climate-related targets, that would be all of your direct costs if you have a climate policy, because you have climate targets. That would encompass all those direct costs. That's the intention of this, and maybe it's the drafting, the wording, clarity in AGs, that this would translate for climate policies to be like what we had in the ED for all climate policies and the direct costs and revenues from the climate policy. Where this could apply also for a non-climate policy is if that non-climate policy does have a climate-related target that they are taking some action towards. Whether that is, I think the example we used is building out your highway network. They may have chosen a green cement, right? Different options to still support their climate-related target, and that may be where that's the resourcing that we still acknowledge that we have this target. We had to make this decision, but we to help us achieve that target, we have this additional potential expense, or it costs us that much more to use this type of cement, and so this is where the sort of trying to continue to provide this disclosure, since it's supported by respondents, to have financial implications of the entity itself, to encompass in a way both climate and non-climate policies, if that makes sense. Angela, yeah.
Angela.
I think I can see the desire to be transparent, but I think two things come to mind when you mentioned that example. Well, actually three things. Firstly, there are many policies that have significant environment and climate impacts for which there are not climate targets. I think that's the first thing to acknowledge, and I'd say that's probably more common than your example. The second thing is the entity building the highway hopefully is doing our SRS1 own operations, and the impact of purchasing cement as part of the climate risks and opportunities. And thirdly, I still come back to what is the user need decision useful information here for this non-climate policy. And I have to say, I think users and the public interest really want to know the impacts beyond the entity, because if they're doing service performance reporting as an entity, if they're doing SRS1, their policy outcomes should be incorporated in there in terms of either climate own operations or some kind of service performance. What are you achieving with the money you've given? And if you're a policy organisation, you need to be accountable for your policies in terms of costs. You know, there is a cost to adopting any policy, direct costs. So I think for me, it's a slight, your desire to do something in direct cost to entity in a climate report related to this non-climate policy is a distraction in my view and not decision useful.
Celine and Alex, perhaps in response to that, but in order to kind of structure the discussion a little bit, probably we could for the moment concentrate on the entity itself, as much as I support and understand your desire talking about kind of the implications beyond the entity. Let's kind of, let's park that for the next for a moment, just to kind of slice it one by one.
Yes, we will bring in the beyond the entity itself following this discussion. And we acknowledge that that is a, has been asked for in our responses. I think to your point, it may be that many of these non-climate policies don't have a climate target, and so this would not apply. Or they would determine, that's not material information, but how do we write the standard to still have this for the climate policies, but not having that scope out. I think that by having it to achieve climate-related targets is really focusing on likely those that have that are climate policy. Would you agree? Yeah,
that's good.
Thanks, Celine. Adrien?
Thank you, Chair. I'm getting a bit confused with this discussion because I think that maybe Angela touched a bit on that. By discussing at the entity level, we are blurring the limit between own operations and public policy. When an entity is in charge of a public policy, I mean, for me, it's obvious that it goes beyond, I mean, the boundaries of the entity's responsibility is not. So if the entity resources the climate-related targets, we have to be very cautious that it is about the targets that are actioned by other entities than the entity itself. Otherwise, it's its own operations. So we should be very clear on that. And we're taking the example of the highway construction. So of course, if the highway uses GHG, cement special, it's its own operations. It's the decision is not a public, it's a public policy for itself, but it's not a public policy for the whole of the, parties involved in the public policy itself. So I think it could be confusing if we just say disclosure of the whole entity resources activities to achieve any climate-related disclosure related targets, because usually it resources these activities outside its own, its own boundaries. We should be very clear on that.
So if I understand you correctly, then you're saying that kind of connecting that to achieving climate-related targets already kind of leads us to leaving the remit of the entity itself because the targets sit kind of outside the entity. Yeah. Don't see further comments. So kind of leave it with that, kind of take that please with you, and then move on to beyond. And I think that's kind of beyond what Angela just said.
Great. Okay, so let's move on to the next element of agenda item 5 then. So this brings us to, as you say, Angela, financial implications beyond the entity. And here, this is one where there was already deliberation by the board. When we think back to the exposure draft, there was the decision at that time to limit the requirements to the entity itself of what we've seen proposed and was supported by constituents. But then BC 81 acknowledged that there are important financial implications beyond the entity and encouraged preparers to provide these disclosures as well. So that's it, just to give us the baseline of where the board came to with the ED. There was an encouragement to provide this through BC 81. And there are then groups of respondents who argued that the focus of the public policy standard itself is on these external effects. So they looked at the tension here of the fact that what was required at the ED level was entity itself reporting of what are those policy costings, as you've described them, Angela, compared to maybe if we go back to that original slide that I think we have all seen many times of the different circles that looked at the outward effects of public policy, the using sovereign or regulatory power to influence, using our definition, the behavior of individuals, households, corporations. It is an external facing reporting perspective that we articulated in the ED. So there are a group of respondents who came back saying, given that reporting perspective, we think what's most important here and what meets primary user information needs is this beyond the entity perspective instead, and these requirements. And so as a result of that, there was, I think we can say, significant discussion within staff about how would that feature within the strategy disclosures, how can we bring that together as a recommendation to the board. And where we've landed on this was to suggest, and I'd like to do this actually in 2 phases, is first that yes, to bring in disclosure requirements on financial implications beyond the entity. So that's what you'll see on this slide here, where we've brought in the March decision, but applying that so that it should be inclusive of beyond the entity reporting. And then alongside that, reflecting on that is a very significant ask. And that, of course, even looking at BC 81, that was the board's original contemplation here too, saying we appreciate this would be a significant effort and encouraging it. So alongside the move to recommending that we would include financial implications beyond the entity, at the same time, you'll see in the paper that there is the recommendation to address the disclosure burden. And the question that we had to the CAG on Monday was the degree to which the staff recommendation is achieving that balance between the disclosure burden that would be proposed there. What we also heard back from constituents was some having concern around disclosure burden, and then the proportionality mechanisms, transition reliefs, or implementation guidance that help to balance that effectively, that we're achieving the right balance. And in thinking about this then, when we turn to the proportionality mechanisms, I think some of you would have been here for the CAG discussion on Monday, but maybe just to reiterate on this as well, so that we're all on the same page. When we looked to IFRS S2 and now IPSASB SRS 1, there are 2 proportionality mechanisms that are included within these standards. Mechanism 1, looking at the reasonable and supportable information available without undue cost or effort by that entity. So this is looking at the data or information that's available to the entity to provide disclosure. And this is the more common of the 2 proportionality mechanisms, both in IFRS S1, S2 and in IPSASB SRS 1. And the example that I used for CAG, I'll use it here as well, is it's from the own operations perspective, but an entity in identifying its climate-related risks and opportunities could draw on the existing sources of information. It might look to the National Risk Register, it might look to its own internal risk register as well, to then provide disclosures rather than commissioning new studies to establish climate-related risk in this case. So that is an example of our first mechanism. And then on mechanism 2, this is the one that's less common, but is looking to that the disclosure are commensurate with the skills, capabilities, and resources that are available to the entity. And this is focusing then on the analytical approach and the outputs that come from that the entity would move ahead with in providing the disclosures. So the example here, investing in a technically sophisticated approach, that might not be within reach with the resources and capabilities that are available to a particular entity. So these are the two fairly well-established proportionality mechanisms that are articulated in the literature already. Alongside that, so here's the example I described to you then, that mechanism 1 is the more common of the two. If we look at our existing literature, the first final pronouncement, IPSASB SRS1. The second, that's looking more at the machinery and the analytic approach, is less common. But I think importantly for our discussion, the second mechanism is the one that's often is the forward-looking analytic exercises like anticipated financial effects or your climate-related scenario analysis, that's taking these different scenarios, assessing their implications for the model of that particular organization and what that could look like under those different scenarios. So that's what the staff felt like was an appropriate approach then to bring both of these mechanisms to bear in the proposal of having beyond the entity financial implication requirements. So that brings us to the recommendation here. I've talked to you about the additional disclosure burden that could arise from looking beyond the entity and having those, as you call them, policy costings, Angela, instead, and thinking about what it means not just for the entity itself, but what that could mean for constituents and other groups. In requiring that then, how are we balancing that there's the right proportionality mechanisms? What we've proposed is that we would bring in both proportionality mechanism 1 and 2, as well as what you'll see in existing literature around allowing for qualitative information in certain circumstances as well. And that could be examples where you're not able to separately identify those financial implications, as an example of that, or where measurement uncertainty is too high. You could move then to a qualitative disclosure here instead. And from my perspective, what actually really stands out here is the first proportionality mechanism, because this one looks to what's the existing information available. So if we're asking an entity to provide policy costings and those implications beyond the entity, if there is a policy shop who's produced that analysis and has gone through and done the distributional effects, they've thought it through and said, here are those implications externally, then that information is available. And they wouldn't have to lean on the proportionality mechanism 1. If that hasn't happened, or as you'd also see, and we've had discussions on this, maybe these policies have been in place for 30 years and that information is not available, I think proportionality mechanism 1 comes to the fore then. And you'd say, is this information available? Well, it's unlikely to be then. And what we're then offering to primary users is something that I'd say is very much in public interest and what we heard back as really important to constituents, but doing it in a way against the information that's available to that entity and providing it that way. So that's the balance that staff look to strike here between making that extension with the disclosure burden that would result from beyond the entity, but providing these proportionality mechanisms as well. So I think I'll leave it at that then, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. And I think that showed that it is very appropriate to kind of look at these two proposals together, kind of one side going beyond the entity itself, but on the other side provide these proportionality mechanisms. So I would love to kind of hear from the CAG first before I open the discussion, because the CAG discussed that also on Monday. So Fabienne, just shoot.
Thank you, Thomas, for that introduction. I'm going to fire away. Some CAG members were actually supportive of the ambition of extending reporting of financial implications beyond the entity itself. One member suggested that it is the right thing to do, noting that preparers voluntarily adopting the standard would not be looking for get-out clauses through the proportionality mechanisms. However, one member cautioned that the proportionality mechanisms could be used as a route to avoid or delay disclosure. Some CAG members emphasized that reporting at entity level for financial implications beyond the entity may be challenging to attribute based on system-level forecasting and modeling, which may ultimately not be useful for users compared to a global view of policies against budget. Another member raised concerns over the ability to provide assurance on such disclosures and noted that materiality might be challenging to apply when reporting financial implications beyond the entity itself. And lastly, one CAG member noting the complexity of the topic encouraged the board to develop as practical a solution as possible, even if not perfect, and to provide additional guidance to facilitate application. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne, for that. I think some of the concerns sounds familiar to us from financial reporting as well, right? Kind of the misuse of proportionality. I think that's something kind of we have as a discussion as well when it comes to undue cost and efforts, and kind of preparers are saying, oh, that's too burdensome, that's too costly, I can't prepare that. So nothing new for us to some extent. So open the discussion for the two aspects here, kind of going beyond the entity, number one, and the proportionality mechanisms being included as the connected and second proposal kind of for that. Angela, you just kind of already advocated, but potentially you're kind of now kind of going beyond what you said already, and include the proportionality mechanisms also in your kind of contribution.
Thanks, Thomas. I was actually hoping someone else would jump in case people are getting tired of my voice. I definitely support the ambition, without a doubt. This is of significant public interest. I think sorry, I've just lost my thought. The first point I think is I think when we ask for financial implications, I think there's two very distinct steps in behind that. The first step is, before we get to costings and financial implications, is for any policy, you'd expect a clear description of the impact pathway that you anticipate. And the first thing I note is that you may have several impact pathways depending on how you think it might play out on an individual path. So I think if we were taking a policy-led approach, that we would require a disclosure on the impact path in a descriptive, qualitative way. I think then there's potentially how to cost that. Depends on what the pathway is and if it's actually able to be costed to come to $1. So I always think of that as $1, but it may be that we expect emissions to go up by several hundred tons of carbon. So I think it would be helpful to, maybe it's in the guidance, but it would be helpful to separate a sort of a description of your impact pathway and how you think it will play out. And then there's a question of what you require in terms of actual costings. But I think my broader question, that I have real concerns in this space, is the policy, the individual policy-led approach, is that with existing policies and large stocks of policies that are already in place, particularly non-climate ones, even if you choose material ones, following an individual material policy and describe the impact path, which hopefully is part of the policy sort of thinking, again, I come back to what's useful for the decision maker. And I think if you follow one policy, it's of interest and, oh, that's how they expected it to play out. How is it playing out? But when I step back, it still comes back to how does this impact my goal to transition to a low emissions economy or become more resilient? And that's when the mix of policies matter. An individual policy only gets you so far. And I think the only practical way you can really apply this is by sector. So I could sort of see energy sector. There are a number of policies. I can see some really useful information coming around what's happening in the energy sector from a mix of policies rather than just academically follow one policy, or in the agricultural sector or the transport sector. So I support the ambition. Following an individual policy is of interest, but feels slightly academic in the what I call the big public interest. What is the plan to transition? What is the plan to adapt? And therefore, how I might do this if I was a preparer is I wouldn't follow a policy. I'd follow a sector or something broader. So that's where I'm having issues. So I guess proportionality, I'm suggesting it's not really about proportionality on an individual policy. My proportionality would be, let's think at a higher level and a mix of policies.
Thanks, Angela, for that. I think you wanted to point to kind of guidance, the impact pathways, right?
So Angela, you're absolutely correct. Before we get to financial implications and costing, you have to identify what are those pathways, what are your ultimate climate related outcomes. And that's part of the strategy section. So that you would identify, you provide a description of your climate related outcomes that you think are reasonably attributable. So you may have different scenarios, but you have to determine and decide what is your expected result and provide the description of what are those, whether it would be, there may be some intermediary climate related outcomes that lead to your GHG. It's not just your GHG. And then from those identified climate related outcomes, you would then try to cost it out. You would try and think. So the boundaries of what you're trying to cost and what you're trying to do is already defined from that first step of identifying what are your climate related outcomes, to whom, how far you're going, that boundary. And so that is absolutely the first step. And then you would think about your costing. I think this policy, thinking about this now from a policy by policy perspective versus the policy mix. We definitely have thought about this, and I think it would be a direction, and maybe how we're bringing this up to the policy level and focusing on policy rather entity level. How does that come together? I could say that we do have in the drafting is the need to also describe and think about the trade-offs with a disclosure about the trade-off decisions that you have to make because there are interactions or other priorities. But I think we'll think about this a bit more.
I think it's a quick, yeah. And just a quick additional point there, something that if you turn to the B papers and had a look at some of the other additions that came in from respondent comments, one was around policy coherence. So there was specific feedback we had in that space saying that it'd be very useful to have disclosure and setting out exactly what you're describing here, Angela, that you're looking at the way in which there's consistency, considering the trade-offs as well. So if you go to AG 22, I think it is. Yeah, AG 22, then that sets out those requirements as well. And I think maybe just while I have the mic, the other one that I think is relevant to what you've raised here, Angela, is the subparagraph C for 15, which sets out the methodology and the inputs, et cetera, that are used by the entity in setting out those policy costings. So we go from the place of, okay, let's establish that impact pathway, let's describe that, and the chain that Celine's described really well, to, okay, what methodology did you use then to undertake that financial implications or costing?
Thanks for these clarifications. So go to Yakuba, then Renee, then Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Coming to this recommendation, overall, I'm supportive. Initially, when I looked at the fact that we were trying to go beyond the entity when it comes to financial, I was afraid, but finally, when you bring proportionality, I think we will be in a cost-effective situation, because coming from developing country jurisdiction, I was afraid about the way those countries will implement the standard when it's come out. So, but even if there is a risk of using this mechanism as a kind of trying to do fragmentation, I do think it can be used and it can be audited if it is wisely implemented based on this proportionality mechanism. So I'm very supportive of the way it is drafted, but I think also that we need to solve the issue raised by Angela when it's come to the pathway and the boundaries when we are thinking about this indirect cost. So if that is clear to me, the mechanism should be very helpful in addressing all the other issues. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yakuba. With that, going to Renee, then Karen, then Hervé Adrien.
Thank you, Chair. So I admit I am struggling very much with broadening financial implication disclosure to beyond the entity. I think it's going to be extremely difficult to quantify this, especially at a whole of society or jurisdiction level when we're talking about a sovereign government, even a municipality, a local government. There are going to be significant assumptions, significant modeling. Are they already doing this today in setting their climate-related policies? I would be very curious. And as the SIF chair, like I'm thinking maybe we need to have a conversation with on that particular topic next. How practicable is it to do this? Do they already have data? Do they already do this today? So I worry about the reliability and the usefulness of the information, not challenging the fact that it could be useful to a user. So then where my mind goes is in the targets and metrics section of the standard. So what we're doing here, I think, with wanting to quantify the financial implication on those that are impacted by our policies, isn't it a form of a metric, right? A metric demonstrating the impact of the policy on the economy or society. And wouldn't it be down in that section potentially that the entity decides what are the relevant metric to meaningfully measure the impact of the policy on society and the economy? Like I'm trying to think of a very simplistic example of what we're asking an entity to do here. If there is a climate-related policy to reduce emissions, right, to reach net zero, that's transition climate risk. And then there's, for example, a program that we want everyone to be driving electric vehicles. So I think what you're asking is that we would want the government, the entity, to quantify the impact on society to be buying electric cars. That's the financial implication on society to go electric. So that's a very, very simplistic example, but that's where I like to bring it down to try to figure out what this means logically. So I think logically we're asking the entity to be modeling all of the impact on the economy of its policy. Maybe they're already doing it. I'm not sure they're doing it to that extent, and that every entity out there in all jurisdictions is going to be able to do that in a feasible way. So I think it could be extremely burdensome. And then, as I said, are we overlapping with the targets and metrics section here? So I don't know. Anyway, I'm still struggling and I'm still trying to make up my mind. This is my comment so far.
Thanks, Renee, for that. What I'm struggling with is to imagine how kind of you could identify or determine a metric which is outside the scope of the entity itself if you don't broaden the scope before that. So you're saying don't go beyond the entity, stay within kind of the entity itself, but then think about a matrix, which is then going beyond that scope of the entity itself. And I think probably that would be inconsistent in kind of following kind of the logic.
No, I think what I'm saying is, of course, our metric and target and metric section has to go beyond the entity. It's about the impact. But when we think about climate, the typical metric is the reduction of emissions when we're talking about a transition risk. When we're talking about a physical risk, it may be improving the resilience of the infrastructure in my jurisdiction, right? Because to address the risk of flood. So there may be metrics that are not financial implications, that may be useful metrics to articulate the impact. So yes, of course, by the time we get to that section, it has to be outside the entity. But is the financial implication a useful, easy to quantify metric? Right? Would reduction of emissions be better? Would increased resilience be better? So maybe there are different metrics that can be identified beyond financial.
Thanks, Renee. Celine and Alex responding to that?
Thanks, Renee. So I think on that point, does it fit in metrics versus strategy? So in my mind, this is financial implications is not necessarily a metric that folks are measuring their targets towards, right? To your point, your metrics and targets are on GHG reduction. Why this sits in strategy is because as you set policy, you would be thinking about and thinking about the financial implications to their broader economy. Those decisions are made in your strategy setting and your strategy and how you develop and design this policy. What am I going to require? How we're going to roll this out? All of this is at the strategy stage, and you need to be thinking about what are the financial implications broader, whether or not people are doing it. I think there are many that would be part of your policy setting, your policy design process, to make those, to make decisions. But in reality, there could be some where they just set a policy and then, okay, you have to figure it out, right? So this brings it into that strategy section, rather than creating it as a target or a metric that you are tracking and monitoring. And that's why it's in strategy. But I think in addition to the point on, okay, there are going to be financial implications for, say, physical risks. Say you're building infrastructure to address physical risks. But on GHG emissions, this is this is ultimately what we're also working towards. So we've had some discussions, and really, can you put a dollar amount to that? And it's out there whether people are doing it or not. It's in emissions pricing. And how do you use that, if you do use that emissions pricing, which, in Canada, there is a published federal level emissions pricing. In New Zealand, there's emissions pricing. So they may use that in part of that decision making when they're setting the strategy. Ultimately, I'm going to be increasing emissions, and this is what it's going to cost our society. And that's what this would be bringing the financial implications into when I'm creating my strategy. what is this? What does this look like? What are the dollar amounts to a very large number of GHG emissions? What does that translate to economically?
Thanks, Lean, for the clarification. So go to Karen, then Adrien, then Alex.
Thank you, Chair. I have to confess I'm finding this challenging as well, and in sort of weighing up the pros and cons. And to that point, I wondered if you could elaborate on the rationale behind making this change from what was in the ED. Because I think, as was described in the presentation, a lot of this stuff was thought about in coming to the ED. And I know that there were a few respondents who did want to go further, but I would be interested to understand why we think that is compelling, given the discussion that was previously had by the board. That's my first point. The second one is, I'm not clear in my own mind whether how useful financial implications outside of the entity is actually going to be. I think a description of how a policy is likely to affect other parts of society is useful. I'm not quite convinced yet that the financial implications would be the most useful. I think maybe some impacts on economic indicators like inflation or GDP or something could be useful. I'm not sure that knowing that something is going to impact businesses by 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, when the methodology behind it is likely to be based on a lot of assumptions, just how useful that's going to be. So I guess it's back to the point about how compelling is the submissions that were made in response to the ED that are putting that we're considering broadening this. So I find that quite helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. So two aspects, kind of what exactly were the arguments? Why do we find that compelling? Number two, kind of understand implications on kind of the wider society are useful, but is it necessarily financial implications, which is kind of the most interesting?
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, thank you, Karen, and Chair as well for summarizing that. So in looking back to the comment letters here, part of what I actually offered in the initial intervention was the real core argument that came through, which was taking us back to that slide of what's the focus of the draft SRS2. And that is to look at the sovereign power, the application of it outside of the entity, to look externally to what I think the phrasing, if I remember the definition right, is the influence that you have from that sovereign or regulatory power on individuals, households, other businesses. So the framing that we get from respondents there is, given that that's the focus of the second reporting perspective, surely then what we're looking for here in terms of disclosure requirements extends to beyond the entity. And that a number of them then saying as well that this is the most what would be they'd consider to be the most important information coming from the standard as well in terms of primary user information needs. So I'd say that, like, in terms of the strongest thrust of the argument, that's the one that I think also you could say stood up to staff the most as well in our own discussions. And some of them actually making the case that the external impact is the one that they'd see as more material as well. So I think interesting to see the kind of the difference between some members' views on this element. But I think that's really that's the strongest thrust of the argument there. The second point then on quantification and the focus on financial implications here, I think that's a legitimate point to explore here. You can say, like, where we started in this, going back to the ED, was BC 81. So a pretty, in terms of where that sat in the guidance, making the case for recommending or suggesting that there could be disclosure, that was pretty buried at that point, right? And what we've brought back as staff now is a requirement that you would do this with financial implications, and that we would look to then balance that with these proportionality mechanisms, one of which is a qualitative requirement too, right? To say that if you don't have this, you might be doing exactly what's described then, that you might be offering qualitative disclosures here. So I think what, at least for me, and maybe there's other views on this from staff, what convinced me was that I think the proportionality mechanisms are uniquely designed to say what's there now, and if you have it, you should provide it or provide cross-reference to it. If not, then qualitative is likely getting you to the right place. And if you aren't able to do that because of the different mechanisms, maybe you're not disclosing in this if it's a very old policy as well. So, but yeah, Celine, you have another, there you go.
Yeah, I was just going to add the push really came from the responses. If you recall SMC5, I think maybe about a third, Karen knows the numbers very well, about a third didn't provide a response. It was a technical question and they didn't provide a response, or they say, you know, I kind of have general issues. I told you in SMC3. So they didn't provide a response to SMC5. The ones that did provide a response about strategy, about financial implications, I think it was like 70% that were saying go broader. So of those who talked about financial implications, most of them said you need to go broader. And that's why we brought this in, because we recognize we had this discussion at the ED phase, and many of them are saying go further, and that's why that's where our recommendation is really couched in.
I think that's an important clarification, kind of looking in detail at the stakeholders' comments. So with that, Adrien, Alex, then Claudia.
And I have three comments on the issue in discussion. The first one is about the burden. I don't think we should be afraid of setting what could be seen as an unbearable burden, because we are not at the very beginning of the application of the standard. We're not requesting a full application worldwide, global. We are setting principles to reach a point where the disclosures will be more useful to readers, useful to the society, useful for accountability of the reporters, entity reporting, namely governments or local authorities, etc. So at the very beginning, the burden will be decided by the entity itself, given the principles that we have set in the conceptual framework about the reasonable efforts to provide useful information. So I'm not very worried about the idea of a unbearable burden from the very beginning. It might be more bearable in, say, 10 years from now, when they have developed methodologies, a way to practice the standards, etc. Namely, I think that connected to that is the issue of the reasonable estimates. I don't see the reference to the reasonable estimate, the notion that we have in the conceptual framework, where we say reasonable and supportable information, and everything is commensurate with the skills, etc. I think we should probably be more specific on the fact that indeed the entities are required, even when there are uncertainties in the quantification of the disclosures, they are allowed to make use of estimates, the most reasonable of the estimates that remain useful and meaningful to the readers. Okay. Then the third point I have is about the usefulness of the financial information for the society. Well, we should lose, track of the fact that in the real life, what does the society request? They request from the side of the budgetary responsible executive, transparency on the budgets, on the money that is spent. So they want to know how much we spend on climate policies, climate-related policies, etc. They also want to know what is the return for the society? Is it worth it to spend so much money on, I don't know what, GHG emission or insulation of buildings? They want to know what's the impact on the society. And what we know is that for decades, if not for centuries, public authorities have been keen on reporting on outputs, but not on outcomes and impact. And this is really, I wouldn't call it a giant leap for humankind, but it's a real and deep change of paradigm. These standards is moving towards a more substantial, meaningful evaluation of the policies, and not only the provision to citizens or politicians of meaningless information, that is, how much money did I spend on what travels and heating and etc. So for me, it's a very important step forward, and we should not be shy in demanding that these information cover the broader scope. And given that what I said in the first place, it will become better and better, and the more and more meaningful year after year that we have an application of the standards.
Yeah, thanks, Bertrand. I think three very important points. I think especially the last point, kind of again remembering us that financial implication is not limited to cost. It's also kind of the positive financial implication. So I think probably we can talk about return of policy investment to some extent. I think that's exactly kind of a point I brought in the discussion as well. So very good points. Thanks, Adrian. With that, Alex, then Claudia, and then Dave for Yun, or has... No Yun? Okay, deleted. Dave, deleted, eliminated. So Alex, Claudia, Dina then.
Thank you, Chair. I think the strategy proposal is good for me, but I think there are areas for improvement. For example, I take some notes here. I have 2 or 3 issues. The first one is related to the lack of materiality definition for external financial impact, For example, the proposal requires disclosure of the financial impacts of climate-related outcomes on external parties. However, it does not establish clear criteria for determining that. Then I think we have to think about when an impact is considered material, for example, for them. And the second question is, I'm sorry. The minimal level of measurement or estimation required for these issues, And the second one that I'm thinking about is related to risk of excessive subjective. I'm not exactly the word. Too subjective, subjectively. Okay. The projection and estimates may vary significantly across entities. This could undetermine, for example, comparability, verifiability, consistency of the information. Then we have a lack of information, and could be necessary to think about it. And the third issue is related to absence of a methodology hierarchy. The proposal requires entities to disclose the methodology used. However, it does not specify that. I think it's necessary to specify the preferred methodology, the good practice, for example, and acceptable data sources and assumptions. And for me, I think the staff would think about, for example, about the standard that the standard should establish criteria for identify financially material impacts on external parties and introduce a hierarchy of estimation method, prioritizing observable data and widely accepted model, and provide illustrative examples applicable to different levels of government, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. I think many of these good points probably are related to implementation guidance. And one aspect, I think you mentioned impact materiality. I think there is phase 3, kind of making materiality judgments. I think that directly kind of relates to this project or sub-project. So good points kind of connect to these areas. So Claudia and then Dina.
Thank you, Chair. Following the discussion, and we learned that the stakeholder requested the financial implication also to be known beyond the entity. What I'm struggling is now when I see how it's drafted, we didn't request a differentiation between the implementation of the entity itself and beyond the entity. If you have only one number, how we can use it for decision making. For decision making, we need what it's mean for the entity itself, that we get a budget in the next years or over the decade. And on the other hand, what is the implementation of the society? To have only one number as it's drafted now seems to be less useful for decision making.
100% agreed, Claudia, and probably kind of you could clarify that immediately.
Yes, so thank you, Claudia. So that's not the intention in the drafting now. Instead, we did actually have some versions of this as well that at one point articulated them separately, but when we looked at it as a concept, we instead just described it collectively as a whole. But maybe that's something that you feel means we don't have the clarity that we need, but do you have a different?
No, I just want to clarify. There's the one that we talked about, financial implications to the entity itself. That is one number. That is paragraph 14B. That is one number. That is one disclosure. And then financial implications on others and beyond the entity, that is paragraph 15. It's a separate disclosures, separate numbers. Is that what you're meaning? Or are you thinking within beyond the entity, I need further disaggregation between like individuals and other and groups? Is that what you're clarifying?
I think it's just not clear from the
I think
wording.
Definitely we can look at that. I think if you look at 15A, it's just saying you just deleted the entity itself, and that means kind of like the financial implications, full stop. That kind of leads to the understanding that would be one number, but of course that's not kind of reasonable. That's not.
So maybe to take as a direction from that is just to provide the right signposting and clarity that we are specifying here entity itself and then beyond the entity within drafting. Is that fair, Claudia? Yeah, excellent. Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, over to Dina. Adria, are you still in? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And I just listening to all the discussion that happened. There's one question that it keeps on having in my mind, that we mentioned that we will allow the users or the entities to disclose on a qualitative perspective, which is the proportional mechanism that we have put in place. And we put that in case of there is no financial implications, they don't have the skills and the capabilities. In that case, you can disclose on the qualitative information. But it's not clear for me, is that that's it? That's the end of the story? Or they will be required in a later stage to disclose on the quantitative information, because it's very critical. Then it came a question that what is the reporting period? So are they required at the beginning to disclose on the qualitative perspective? And then in a later stage, when they have the skills, capability, they can actually identify the cost, they disclose the quantitative information, which would make sense, because as mentioned, this is a very important information that need to be disclosed from a quantitative perspective, not only from a qualitative point of view. So reading the clause or the paper, it was not really clear what will be the sequence for that.
I think that's a very good point. Came to my mind as well. Kind of, do we allow entities to rely on the proportionality until eternity and always say, okay, it's undue cost and effort. I'm not able, so I will kind of be qualitative here. Or how do we encourage entities to improve? So, what's your thoughts on that?
I think it's a good point, Dina, because we're talking here about the ambition and the vision of where that we should be working towards, but would some entities maybe just lean into proportionality mechanism for a very long time? It's actually something we heard from CAG in this as well. It was a similar point that came back. And I think there's an important distinction to have here between the transition reliefs, which would typically be time-bound, that will be a time-bound transition relief, versus a proportionality mechanism, which is down to the context of that entity. So I think that when you look at the reporting system, there should be points that start to challenge, well, you've been doing this for 5 years, you've been doing this for 10 years. Is there some evolution in what skills and capabilities you bring to bear? And without stepping too much into the audit and assurance space, I think there are checks that should exist in there to start to ask those questions, either by management or through audit committee or otherwise, of progress there. So important distinction between transition relief, proportionality mechanism, not a formal line of 1 year, 3 years, whatever it might be, but other checks that should come to bear. Yeah.
I think that the question is kind of, can we clarify that by some drafting? Because if you kind of think of what I said earlier, how we kind of deal with that in financial reporting, kind of there's a clear sentence, I'm not kind of recalling word by word, but that's saying undue cost and effort is only in very rare cases. So there's already a high bar to kind of use this argument. And kind of the question is, how can we kind of create, or do we want to create something similar here? So going to Ross, Karen, because I think that's related to that comment, and then George.
Not much more to add. I do think it's got a link to where we go with the transitional requirements. I think we should just put it as an instruction, take it away and think about it a bit more and come back. I don't think we debate it today.
I'm just saying, and I'm fully with Dina in that. I think the transition requirements are clearly time bound. The proportionality is not, and so I think there's the fear that they are kind of laying back and saying, kind of for 400 years proportionality, I can't do it. So, Karen.
Sorry, just clarifying that when we decide to add those proportionality mechanisms, you'll see that in IFRS 2 and our IPSASB IFRS 1, there are AGs that come with that. We've also taken those AGs in, so you'll see in AG 27 to AG 30, we've added AGs that come through with that. So they kind of acknowledge that if resources become available to the entity, then they're expected to start investing in, for example, a more technical functionality mechanism. So they're already in this guidance.
Okay, thank you, George.
Well, I'm not sure I have a whole lot to add because that was what I was going to bring up. But I do believe that the information outside the effects, outside the entity, reporting entity, are important to a user and provide a lot more information on how their policy is affecting the conditions and economics beyond their report. And I do support the proportionality mechanisms. My first reaction was, well, the majority of the reporters will immediately fall to qualitative information. Is there a way, and we've already discussed it, really, is there a way to help the reporting entities move on beyond that? And can we provide more than just maybe some application guidance, but actually blueprints on how to move forward and get beyond that and what resources might be available to them, that type of thing. Because I think if you want this to be successful, as you say, I've experienced this, organizations can use this, and 20 years later, they're still using the same excuse. Not that in some cases, I mean, rare cases, right? But anyway, it is an avenue that I think we can probably promote to move beyond that in some way, besides just encourage.
Thanks, George. I think that's well received and well noted. Angela, last point, and then I think probably I want to test the waters a little bit where we are.
Just a clarification question. We've been talking a lot about the impact beyond, and also talking about impacts on the economy, society, there could be impacts of compliance. There are multiple impacts, and I know if you say look at the GRI framework on policy impacts, there are different standards for different types of impacts. But just to clarify, for this purpose, we're really focused. The question is, the disclosures are very specifically focused on only the climate-related impacts, even though we know these policies will have impacts in many other areas. So can I just clarify that's what what the staff is intending?
Yes. That is the intention. I'd say though too, maybe just quickly on the GRI, if you look at their policy requirements now, they have a policy standard. The main disclosure requirement is the amount of political donations made by the entity. So I think that's maybe just a bit of positioning there, that this is a different space that the IPSASB is talking about versus the GRI reporting landscape as well.
Dina, you want to come in again?
Yeah, very quick, I promise. But touching base on Angela point, because I had the same question in mind. And then as you mentioned, the trade-off policy. So if I have a case that I have a material outcome from a climate perspective, whether positive or negative, but where if it has a positive impact from a social or from an economic outcome, I cannot just imagine it within the disclosure, how are the entities are required to disclose this information?
So that is included as part of this strategy and decision-making disclosure. It's paragraph 14A1, where, there's a lot of factors to consider when you're developing your strategy. And absolutely, that's a key example where you will have to have a trade-off for social, economic reasons to still have this climate impact. And so that's where it sits. And, if I'm looking forward and beyond, then we'll see that with, if you're looking at your policy mix and the different outcomes, and we may get down there into more disclosures about those other impacts and outcomes. But for this, it's focused on the climate-related outcomes.
George, are you still in? Okay. So just to see where we are, because I think I heard concerns, but overarchingly, I heard support for the proposal of staff for both, and probably in connectivity proposals, first to go kind of beyond the entity on one side, but on the other side, to kind of include proportionality mechanisms with the caveats which we just discussed, and the considerations. Can I just see whether that is where we kind of going? So do we in majority support the proposal? Can I just see flags of people kind of broadly supporting the proposals as outlined here in A2? Flags now. Right, so the right wing looks good. Left wing is still struggling. Abdullah is coming, but Abdullah is fine. I know him. Okay. I think that sounds encouraging. And Andrew, I think if you have concerns, talk to staff, and we kind of see how we can refine that and weave that in. Ross, you disagree or?
No, I was just going to say, I saw a couple people doing this and saying, well, depends, but it's going to come back.
Yeah, I think it's going exactly. I think we need to have like a steer for staff, kind of, are we going in the right direction? That's the purpose. It's not a voting. I will not go back and said, Andrew, you raised your flag on Wednesday, June 10th. And no, exactly. So that's not the purpose. Judith, you can take down the flag. I realize that. Yeah, you have a comment, I know. But just kind of reassuring the board that was just kind of testing the waters, and kind of like a temperature measure where the staff is kind of can build on that and work in that direction. I think that was the important takeaway. So thanks for that. And now Judith.
Thank you, Chair. I think proportionality is really good idea to look at different realities in government. So I fully support. That's only for clarify. But I'm concerned about the credibility of the information because as a preparer, maybe governments will need to take decisions about assumptions, about results, and some estimations, and also the problem of availability of data. And my concern is about how they will be read for the users. If all the information is an estimation of or an approx of, it will be credible for users. That's my main concern. So I think we have a guidance to prioritize, and also that Dina says as a temporary for proportionality. But I'm not really sure if separating financial implication, it's a way to have the impact as an integrity. Maybe we could, I don't know, mix the outcome with financial information, but as a whole, or with metrics. I'm not really sure if financial could be separate of disclosures. Yeah, only that.
Okay, thank you, Judith. I think the aspect of credibility, reliability kind of was mentioned in the CAC discussion as well, in the context of it has to be auditable, because that is what in the end adds trust to kind of provided information. I think that certainly is an aspect, probably kind of not that first focus for us, as we are struggling to kind of define what should be reported, but still, I think it's important to have that in mind. So thanks for that, Judith. All right, I think with that, you have a steer, you can move on. Then A3.
Okay, so moving on to SMC6 on metrics and targets. And so what the ED covered was proposed disclosures on the change in greenhouse gas emissions reasonably attributable to a climate-related public policy program. And if you have a look at the ED, we've kept it on a very principled basis, asking for the change in greenhouse gas emissions, but then we've also provided AGs on how you might go about measuring this, such as through a baseline scenario and a policy scenario. So what might happen, greenhouse gas emissions with the absence of policy versus greenhouse gas emissions with the introduction of that public policy. And so the EDs also included other metrics used to measure and monitor performance, and also targets for achieving the intended outcomes of climate-related public policy programs. And in response to SMC6, which focused on whether there was a need for our metrics and targets disclosures, our responses generally supported what the ED proposed. They were supportive of the decision usefulness of this information, of this change in greenhouse gas emissions attributed to public policies, but then a lot of them similar to what we were discussing on financial implications for strategy was on the challenges of that, thinking about the data availability issues and also the capacity issues, because considering that this really involves a lot of data collection from throughout the policy, thinking about your causal chain of the policy and the greenhouse gas emissions that might be attributed to that. So that was the main concern, was on the complexity of attributing greenhouse gas emissions. On the other hand, there was also a lot of support for our other for in general for the proposed disclosure requirements on metrics and targets. So for example, other metrics, a lot of respondents were supportive of our disclosures proposed on other metrics, so that where an entity might disclose any other metric that it uses to monitor performance on its climate-related public policy programs. So that was in relation to the ED. And then perhaps a very similar conversation to what we had just now on proportionality mechanisms was you heard from respondents that there was a lot of support on the decision usefulness of the information, but then there was also respondents also highlighted that it was a very complex issue. You need a lot of data, you need to build up the data availability to be able to do this. And so what we're proposing is like the staff proposal on financial implications to bring both of those proportionality mechanisms into into our greenhouse gas attribution disclosure requirements. So first, mechanism 1, focusing on reasonable and supportable information, and then mechanism 2, focusing on commensurate with the skills, capabilities, and resources available to the entity. So you'll see that throughout this conversation, we're kind of building out that proportionality mechanism for this new SRS standard. As you saw on the table that Alex had presented, we had all those built out for the IPSASB SRS1, and we're now building this out for our disclosure requirements in this upcoming standard. So I'll pass it back to the chair to see where board members are with proposing these mechanisms.
Right. Thank you, Karen. So can I have comments on that? Angela, don't be worried. We all love you, so just go on.
Thank you, Chair. It's a clarification question, really. The word change in emissions trips me up, and I'm a bit confused. With a climate-related policy, I can see, in theory, that if I could compare if that policy did not exist in the baseline, and I have a climate-related objective, and if I apply the policy, whatever it is, I expect that emissions will hopefully go down if it's a climate-related policy. So I can kind of see the change in emissions, but I'm thinking more about a non-climate related policy and one that's been in place for a long time. And it may be related to the trade-off decision that we, for economic reasons or other reasons, the entity or the government has decided that the emission cost is going to be borne because of the economic benefit. And if I'm reporting every year under the standard, the reality is that every year I can be transparent that I continue to bear the emissions cost of an economic policy. So I wondered how the change in emissions disclosure requirement works in that situation. I wondered if you could help me.
So I think the original intent to bring in change in emissions was to build our standard as a principal standard, considering that there's a lot of different methodologies as to how you could come about to the change in emissions. And I think that's what people actually want. And I think our respondents showed a lot of support for what we proposed. They want to know about what's the greenhouse gas emissions addition from your policy. But then you don't, if you just do, for example, a quick search on how the methodologies you might use to come about to this, the reason why we're not using, for example, a baseline scenario versus policy scenario, and we're not using a shell, you have to use this methodology, is because there's various methodologies as to how you might come about to this to this data. For example, there's I remember that there's like an activity based methodology that you might use to come about to this change in greenhouse gas emissions. But yes, in terms of thinking about your economic policy, so for example, if you're building public transport, so for example, in your short-term change in greenhouse gas emissions might look like might be increasing. But then long term, you might be decreasing your greenhouse gas emissions because you're increasing the amount of public transport that's being used. So I think that's why it's important that we look at the disclosures as a whole. We've included your strategy, decision making, and how you think about that, and then also included your greenhouse gas emissions. So I think as a package, our disclosures will show how the policy is progressing and achieving and towards those climate related outcomes.
Angela.
Just back on that, Karen, I think what I'm suggesting, or what I'm thinking is, could there be a place in the disclosures for absolute emission disclosure rather than change in emission disclosure? Because I'm thinking about the policies that aren't going to be changed, and all other things equal will continue to emit at the same level and perhaps even go up as economic activity increases. So it sort of comes back to, if I'm trying to tell a story about my goal to reach X number of emissions below by 2040, I will have an emissions plan in place. And again, it will be a mix of policies to get there. But if I am focusing on one policy and it's an economic policy and it's so important to the economy that that's not where I'm going to make the savings, I've kind of made that trade-off decision. Would it not be useful to actually say the absolute emission impact of that economic policy? So that's why I was wondering the phrasing, tell us the change in emission. When I'm looking at that economic policy, I'm not sure the term works. I think I'm saying, what's the absolute impact of that economic policy?
Ross, kind of just jump in.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a quick offline chat at lunch, because I think we're trying to do what you're asking for, maybe reacting more to the change. But again, the reason it's framed the way it is the assumption behind all of our work is governments have signed up for the international accords. And most of those are talking about reducing emissions and emissions intensity. So we care about policies that are either going to increase or decrease emissions. Again, what you're talking around the absolute emissions, I think we cover that more in our current SRS-1, where you're looking at the value chain of the entity's operations and what they would do. So I think we're capturing that lens. I don't think we're trying to recapture that here. We're specifically looking at where governments have developed policies to change behaviors, so emissions would hopefully in the long term go down to meet the international commitments. Are they achieving those, and how are they doing it? And with the assumption that they've got robust policies behind that, where they've thought through what you're talking about. It might take, for economic reasons, some industries aren't going to reduce emissions. So those policies probably aren't driving the change. But I don't know if we can get to what you want by just changing that word. I'm not sure that's the right approach.
Celine, before Angela comes in again, I think you were.
Thank you. So the origination of this, to Karen's point, when we were first coming up with what kind of metrics could we ask for, would it be absolute? Just tell me what is your GHG emission versus what is this change in GHG emission? We probably started at what's your GHG emission, but we looked at all the different methodologies and what would we point to, because folks may be using different methodologies. What could we look to? And at the time, and this could evolve at the time, and now what we sort of built this part of our standard around was the GHG Protocol Policy and Action Standard. And that's a standard that they have on how to guide you through and think about how would you report the effectiveness of your climate policy. And so that's where we landed on change in GHG emissions. That said, no respondents came back and said, oh, I need to know the absolute emissions either. So that's why we haven't made a proposal on revisiting that. And maybe in the future, in a future amendment, we could think about, is this the right metric? But also to that, I think, I lost my train of thought.
Don't worry. Okay, Angela, but last comment, and then because I think it's a good discussion, but it's just not
Yeah.
helping for kind of what we want to kind of
I
discuss
think
here.
Ross's intervention is very helpful. I absolutely agree with Ross, actually. This is about if you start with the top lens of I have a goal to transition to a low emission economy, the mix of policies to get there allows you to say over time, as a mix of policies, am I achieving my goal? The issue I have is all of the discussions this morning have been material individual policy perspective. This is where I see tension, is that are we saying that the metrics, even though we have individual policy lens information and we've just talked about impacts, etc., when we move into the metrics section, are you saying really the metrics section is about the goal to achieve lower transition to lower emissions, or are the metrics attached to individual material policies? That's the question, I guess, is in behind the maybe poorly articulated question initially.
And actually, I think that kind of is exactly what kind of Karen has presented. What are the concerns of constituents? And I think that relates to kind of how can I attribute kind of the metrics to specific policies, to individual policies. And I think that's what kind of where staff is proposing to include this proportionality mechanism to kind of like bring us back to kind of what we initially wanted to discuss. Karen, can you bring us back?
Yes, so I think right now the focus is from the individual policy lens. I think even if it's an economic policy, in climate related disclosures, we want to know if there is material information on climate related outcomes. We want to know what greenhouse gas emissions are associated with it. So I think yes, that is the objective of our standard, and I think we heard a lot of support from our respondents as well.
So, and again, I think we heard concerns regarding attribution to kind of the greenhouse gas emissions to specific policies. I think everybody can relate to these concerns, and this is why staff is suggesting to kind of include these proportionality mechanisms. Can I have comments on that? I see nodding for that. I think Jakuba, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, coming back to metrics and target, when I read the papers, by curiosity, I went through a kind of word count when it's come to mitigation or adaptation, because we are working on a standard when we are looking at climate-related outcome. So after doing that, it seemed to me that right now more of our references are going to mitigation. So I'm wondering if it is not needed that we have some example or some metrics or target related to adaptation as well. So to have some kind of balance somewhere. So that is what I would like to raise. Thank you, Chair.
Karen?
So I think that's a really good point. I think we originally intended to have greenhouse gas emissions there because I think it floated around the board earlier today in the conversation that you'd kind of expect to have greenhouse gas emissions in the climate related disclosures in such a report. But then I think that's where the value of other metrics would come in. So for example, if we look at AG 13, where we've raised a specific adaptation example, so an urban zoning policy, which might restrict development in flood-prone areas and require green spaces in urban planning. So that's where, for example, in other metrics, you might be thinking about, okay, how much additional green spaces are we providing to and that's in relation to climate-related outcomes when we think about adaptation. So I think that's where a lot of our respondents also saw the value of disclosures on other metrics.
Thanks, Karen, for that clarification. So, Dina, please come in.
Thank you, Chair. So I would say that it's still, for me, remain technically challenging to apply the concept that we're trying to bring here, especially because we are requesting the public policy setters to disclose on their GHG emissions from what the policy exists versus the policy does not exist, which require a lot of assumptions, uncertainties, and decisions that they need to take and disclose. Then it came to my mind, and a question that have raised a lot when I was reading the papers, that the public policy setters usually are the one that follows the authority of the consolidation, the entities that do the consolidation perspective, or this is what is common from my side. So we have the SRS1 that putting the entity from an entity perspective to disclose in their own outcomes, whether related to GHG emissions or any sustainability related information, and which will fall within the consolidation at the end, right? When we're reporting from a consolidation perspective. Why there is no integration? Because what we are always hear, that the complexity of the disclosure requirements, the complexity of having this information, resources, capabilities, that is not there. If we link from an SRS1 that this is the information that should be reported from an entity perspective and fall within the consolidation, if there's this sound of integration between both, I think it will be very helpful within the implementation.
So I think that's something for us to take away. I think on principle you agree that this is important, but then something for us to work with on implementation. And as Celine mentioned, we did base this off an existing methodology, so the Greenhouse Gas Policy and Action Standard. But then, yes, depending on how we've kept it on a principled basis, but yes, depending on how the landscape evolves, there might be other methodologies that come up, and that is more updated and specific to what we're currently doing in the standard to support our work.
Perhaps you can connect offline then if you're kind of not yet there. I think that would be very helpful. So can I just double check before we go to lunch that kind of agree with the recommendation of staff here in paper A3 to include the proportionality mechanisms kind of regarding kind of the allocation attribution of GHG emissions to specific policies? Is that agreeable to the board? I see nods. That's fantastic. So I think with that, we had a very, very good discussion, and I think a lot of food for thought, a lot of steer regarding kind of where the papers should go. Thank you very much for that. I think that has been a great debate. As Ross already invited you to side chats and discussions over lunch, you can now kind of decide whether you want to talk about sustainability or measurement, because measurement will be on the agenda then after lunch. And with that, I'm kind of breaking for lunch and invite you to come back at 1:30. Celine, what?
So just in terms of plan, after 1:30, you come back for treatment?
Yeah.
So I think that wraps up our climate-related disclosures topic for today. We did have another agenda paper, which was planned to be a section-by-section review. If there's other additional comments that you'd like to feed through to staff, you can reach out to or send it to us directly, and we'll incorporate those as well. So yeah.
Or a side chat over lunches, because we're here.
Don't forget to eat. All right, thank you for coming back. And even more, thank you for taking a seat. I think that's helpful for the discussion. So we promised you yesterday that there will be some time. Why do I need that? I think it's you presenting the slides. That's kind of like reverse delegation, we call that, right? We promised you yesterday we would come back to measurement. We had yesterday not the time to discuss. We heard kind of the education session, project background, and giving you kind of more insights into what the active market restriction actually means. There are 2 or 3 slides missing where we ended yesterday, which is talking about the consequences of the 2 options suggested. I heard kind of some side talks that the options are not yet clear, but we will have time to discuss that and clarify that as well. So I would suggest that Dave just kind of leads us through the consequences. Yes, start here. I think that's good to kind of pick the presentation up from where we ended, and then kind of we take it from there. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Thomas. So there are 4 slides, but the last slide summarizes the consequences that I'll go through in a second. So only 3 I want to talk to. This slide you saw yesterday, I'll just very quickly remind you, option A, I called it prioritize consistency with the active market restriction. So that would be develop some type of rule or restriction on how COV is applied in IPSAS 31. And then option B is prioritize consistency with the measurement concepts in the other IPSAS standards. So that would just be apply COV to IPSAS 31 as it's currently defined in IPSAS 46. So the consequences of option A, so that's developing some type of rule on how COV could be applied to IPSAS 31. Obviously, as the last slide showed, the consistency is with the active market restriction on fair value. There'll be a higher threshold for measurement at current value. Some intangibles would fail that threshold, and that might read a little negatively, but that's actually the purpose of the restriction. You'd want to have a level there, or a floor on what could be recognized or what could be measured using current operational value for intangible assets. And then it reduces the risk of balance sheet inflation, which I talked about yesterday as one of the reasons that the restriction was put on for fair value. The one point I'll make, and I'll talk a little bit more about this, this will require more IPSASB resources to complete the project. It'll probably, I don't know how long it'll take, but it'll extend how long we currently have on how long we think it'll take to finish the project. And that's really because my view is I don't think you can just port over the active market restriction. The board will have to make changes, and the board will have to develop consensus on what that rule will be. And then I think the board will have to take time to explain how that rule applies to current operational value.
Dave, can I just jump in at that? I think that's important to understand, because you said concept with consistency with the active market restriction. It's the consistency with the concept of the active market restriction, which does not mean that we would kind of copy paste the active market restriction as for fair value. And I think there are good reasons for not doing that, as COV is specific. But that would mean that we kind of would need to define an adapted version of a restriction for COV, which kind of, as an example, could be observable evidence for replacement cost. That would be a restriction adapted to COV. So that means kind of consistency with the concept. It's not consistency with the active market restriction by copy pasting that. I think that's an important differentiation. Just wanted to clarify that at that point.
The consequences of option B is mainly its consistency with the broader IPSAS suite of standards. The standard, what would be proposed or what would be in IPSAS 31 would accept a certain level of estimation to produce decision relevant information. And the reason why I say largely consistent with the other IPSAS standards, this is the decision that was made for IPSAS 51. It's a decision that was made for IPSAS 45. So that's kind of applying the conceptual framework throughout the rest of our literature. The emphasis will be on transparency, estimation, discipline, and professional judgment. And then on the last one, I talked about IPSASB resources. So this last bullet, largely this is what was proposed in ED 90. So if this option looks familiar to you, this is why I'll take fewer resources, because it's what was proposed in ED 90. It's what the board proposed, obviously, in ED 90, so the board supported it. And I'd say this is what 14 respondents supported. 8 respondents supported the alternative view in some way or another, but this was the view that was supported by respondents. So I'll stop there to leave lots of room and time for members to discuss the options.
Yeah, thank you. And just to clarify again, I think what that option does is it trusts the mechanisms which are embedded in our measurement framework, that the application of COV leads to a reliable information, right? I think there are a couple of safeguards. The first safeguard, definitely already in IPSAS 31, is that recognition can only kind of happen if the intangible can be measured reliably. That's the first, and anyway. And the second is then that kind of the guidance for COV clearly estimates that, or clearly outlines that for an estimate to provide relevant and reliable information, it should be based on assumptions that can be verified and duplicated by the user of information. So these safeguards are already in kind of our measurement framework. This is where option B says we trust that mechanism, kind of plus audit and kind of all assurance mechanisms coming in hindsight of the preparation. Option B, in kind of opposite to that, says we don't trust that mechanism. And that's the statement. We don't trust that mechanism as standard setter. We don't trust that preparers would kind of follow that measurement discipline. We don't trust the audit mechanism. And therefore, we as a standard setter say you can only apply COV under restrictions which we define in order to make sure that the information is reliable. I think that's very important to understand, that would be our statement. Okay? Andrew, fantastic. Yeah, come in, and then I actually would love to kind of Angela to come in, because she has a different suggestion to make, and if I call it like that.
Thanks, Thomas. Sorry, I just wanted to challenge you a little bit on we're not trusting the mechanisms out there at play. I think as a standard setter, it's not necessarily only that we don't trust the mechanism. It could be that there is such a large degree of judgment within that, and therefore acceptable range within that. And as a standard setter, we're not comfortable with that range that could be out there. So the mechanisms might function as intended, but that range is too high, and that gives too much measurement uncertainty. And that's why as a standard setter, we would go through. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Perfect. Thank you. Angela.
Thank you, Chair.
And you promised to be short.
I do. Have I been anything but? Thank you for the options, and thank you for explaining the consequences. And I do agree with Andrew. It's about the range. When I saw the options yesterday, and I've been thinking overnight, I have concerns with both options, and I just want to express briefly my concerns. My concerns with option B, which is the current option that we're. I have concerns that that will allow the internal consistency in IPSAS 31 to exist, where you've got unrestricted use of COV for intangibles, while F fair value retains the active market restriction. And I just feel that opens up the opportunity for manipulation, and I just try to avoid that in any standard. So that's my first concern. The second concern with option B is I think the application of COV concepts such as existing use, location, existing use, the unused capacity, what's the modern equivalent, particularly of internally generated assets such as software, which I believe is probably one of the most significant in the public sector. And really, to Andrew's point, whether applying those concepts to internally generated software will will result in a reasonable estimate that can meet the QC of faithful representation. I have a real concern with that in relation to software, given the nature of the software asset. So for those reasons, I'm uncomfortable with status quo, well, the option B. Option A, I'm uncomfortable with the fact that we recognise that originally in fair value there is a rule, and it's a long-standing rule. It's not ideal conceptually, and there is a rule. And the response to that potentially in option A is create some more rules, potentially. And I just feel as a principle-based accounting standards, kind of recreating a rule specifically for subsequent measure of a limited number of intangibles on government balance sheets like software. I think the resources that are required by staff and board to get into it, it's just not worth the benefit. When I think back to the original comments from Thomas at the start of the day, is that nobody's using current value as far as we're aware. The staff did research and showed that there was one actual jurisdiction who was using current value, but it was just increasing the book value by CPI as far as I could, and in fact that's been reversed. But everyone has been using using costs subsequently. So it worries me. I think the very opening statements were, this is conceptually very interesting from a stakeholder perspective, they might go, but why are you spending all this time on making new rules to get a current value when it's potentially unlikely to be used? But I am hearing from stakeholders, we really want international standard setters, all of us, to be thinking about new investments in IT and what does that mean for bringing them on the balance sheet. So I guess option A feels slightly suboptimal as well, and I felt A and B are both have their downsides, which means the choice is really between least worst option as opposed to a positive thing. So, and then I thought, well, perhaps there is a third option. And the third option is to be consistent with current practice, which is IPSAS 31 as it stands, on the basis that there were mixed views on the proposal, and given the current practice is cost, given that we're really yet to have a good conversation about new software assets potentially coming through the ISB work, I feel it's risky. I think it's risky to focus on subsequent measure. And so my third option is to remain consistent with current practice. And the consequence is that we cease exploring the ED proposal. It does have the advantages of immediately reducing effort and resources to continue that. So that's the big positive option relative to option A and B. So option C would be to revert to current practice under IPSAS 31. And in the current circumstances, I feel it's so hard to reconcile A and B. And it is a least worst option approach. I sort of feel maybe to save the resources and focus on other important things through the work program is probably our priority. So option C would be to support current practice and back to IPSAS 31 as it stands.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. I think, yeah, as you say, what your proposal would mean is not including COV in IPSAS 31, kind of continuing with this inconsistency between tangibles and intangibles as a consequence. I think that's fair to say. And I think as well what it means is move away from the decisions the board has made earlier. I think we need to be transparent kind of to say that, not only in developing ED90, but also kind of what you said in December and what you said in March, right? Where we agreed that conceptually it is applicable, practically is applicable, but now we decide, no, we don't want it at all. So for me, that has two aspects. One is justification, and the second is perception. When it comes to justification, and I'm kind of looking at Dave probably because you analyzed that in detail. I have the feeling neither did we hear broad support for not including COB at all in IPSAS 31 from stakeholders, nor did I hear in December or in March kind of broad board support not to include COB in 31 at all. So I'm lacking a little bit the justification why we would kind of make the decision to deviate from what we already decided. And that leads me to perception. I think it's, we heard that and we discussed that yesterday. Karen brought that point up in the closed session. A board can revise decisions. I think that probably is even necessary. So if a board revises a decision kind of from some years ago because the environment has changed, I think that's a good kind of aspect because it shows adaptability and it shows that the board kind of is agile and following developments. If a board changes a decision it has made 6 months or 3 months ago, I think that kind of gives a different perception. That's not the agility you want as a stakeholder from the board, that it changes its decisions every 6 or 3 months. Because that probably leaves rather the impression that decisions are not well considered. So for me, I think that's the aspects to that. I would want to hear from board members, especially now only on option C, whether you kind of would support including option C into kind of what we have on the table. And then I would want to have a show of hands because I think that's decisive to move on step by step in our decision-making process. So can I have reactions solely to kind of, do we want to have option C as a decision basis? Okay, blank eyes. Yeah, Andrew.
I was waiting for others to go first to get a different perspective because I do agree with Angela that I think option C should be on the table for consideration. The reason that I suggest that is I agree with Angela that I think option C frees up the most board time of all of the options that we've got. I perhaps have a different view in terms of option B, saying that it requires very little board time. I think the challenge with option B is as this gets implemented, there will potentially be questions coming back. How do these principles apply? Can we have illustrative examples, application guidance? And that potentially would need to be developed. So I think for option B, there's a hidden cost in yes, not developing authoritative material, but there is implementation and all these other materials that comes with it, which you don't have under option A. If you have option A, and I know the type of restriction is perhaps up for debate, but if it is, for example, the active market restriction, it's very clear, it's very transparent. I think you then have very little need for application guidance implementation materials thereafter. So I think there's just a different or broader focus on the time that's required of the board between the two options. And C doesn't need that. I think the other reason that I would prefer with option C is there is potentially a broader initiative or project on intangibles that is happening. And again, if I look at, for example, option A, it's presented on the slide here to say it continues under recognition of unique digital or state capability. Again, COV is not going to solve that problem. The recognition and changing the intangibles is going to do that. So I find that because these potential benefits and concerns that are being presented by stakeholders are interlinked, it's better to deal with them as a package. So it's to say, let's rather put that into a broader intangible than try and put COV in now and then have to pick it up a little bit later.
Thanks for that. I think Ross will come in on that aspect and probably why we have reasons to not link it.
Yeah, I think it's dangerous to link this decision on COV and what we do or not to what we might do down the road on a broader intangibles project. And the reason I say that is because, one, we have exposed this and we've heard from constituents and we have clear feedback that the board needs to consider. And And actually, option C wasn't one of the proposals not to take it forward. So I think there's lots of discussion around it. Now, there is some support in what we heard to not take it forward, but that's a clear minority, and the majority was very much related to option B that the board's been discussing. And there's good arguments to be had, and we'll have the discussion. So I'm not trying to sway the discussion, but I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea of option C, because I think it might be seen from our stakeholders if we're insensitive to what we've heard and we've just decided to do what we wanted, rather than responding to our due process and what we've heard through that due process. What the board decides to do in a future project, and we'll probably get into this discussion as soon as we finish this and talk about work program of whether we do intangibles, is highly dependent on what another international board is going to undertake in their intangibles project that we've been patiently waiting, like many constituents, to see what they do. And that could create a rethink of many options within our current intangibles guidance project, including on recognition, measurement, and disclosure. But we do have IPSAS 31 today that does have a current value measure in it. And we did propose that COV be put into that, and we've got feedback on that. And in discharging our due process, the board should make a decision based on that feedback on where to go forward.
Thanks, Ross, for that clarification. Dave, and then I go around the table.
I just want to crystallize one of Ross's points, because in option C, we didn't have it up there, so we don't have board resources. But I don't think that means no further board resources. As Ross mentioned, what the board will have to do is you'll have to explain to stakeholders why you're shutting down the project. And that's not what stakeholders told you to do. There was 14 stakeholders. That was the majority that supported moving this forward. And you'll have to explain, or we will have to explain, what has changed. And those that supported the alternative view didn't raise any new information for the board to consider. Those that supported what was proposed didn't raise any new information to consider. So you'll have to explain what changed to stakeholders.
Thanks, Dave, for that. So Claudia, Renee, then Dina.
Yeah, not much to add what Dave and Ross said. It's for me, we had an exposure draft. We are stakeholders, and at least the majority or a significant portion said, yeah, COV should be included. So that's why for me, it's only a question of A and B. And we have the significant numbers of stakeholders. We think we should think about also the active market restriction. So that's why for me seems option A the most positive response to the stakeholders. How it looks like, it's a different view, but sometimes we get some additional impacts from stakeholders when they thought about, have you considered these as well? And probably we haven't considered that in that detail when we prepared the exposure draft.
Thanks, Claudia. Renee, then Dina.
Yes, thank you. It's not the first time that as a board we deal with mixed feedback from our stakeholders. I think that we can't ignore that still the majority of the feedback was supportive of going ahead with including COV, which is option B. Personally, I support option B. And I support it for many reasons.
Renee, can I just clarify? You're not supporting including option C. That's what I want to kind of
yes, I don't support
from the table as a first step, and then we can discuss between A.
You don't support. Okay. Do you want me to stop here?
Yeah,
and I can come back at a later
yeah.
time.
Fantastic. Thank you. And Dina, kind of what are you saying?
So I think I'm aligned with the same concept of not having the option C. Regarding which option, I think we can continue it in later.
All right. So I see you nodding, George.
Yes,
Jakuba. Yeah.
Since we didn't actually expose option C, I don't see that we can change completely unless we expose something with option C in it.
Thanks, George. Jakuba?
Yeah, I'm supportive to not bringing back option C.
All right, thank you, Jakuba. Looking around the table. You will need to indicate your preference. Don't worry.
I was saying that many people already showed their rejection of putting option C. So I'm agree with that kind of view. So I don't want to put option C on the table. I'm following George's opinion.
So can I take that as the majority is not in favor of having option C? Okay. I think that was a really first important decision. Thanks, Angela, for bringing that up, because I think it would have come back later, and it's good that we kind of once and forever discussed and clarified that and decided that. So now kind of going to option A versus option B, and Renee, please come back.
Yes, thank you. So I did say that I support option B, to stay the course. We do get mixed feedback, but I believe that we still have sufficient support for that option. But I do have a number of reasons. I haven't been persuaded by the reasons for why we need an active market restriction. I think that COV is rooted in principles. And as you well said at the beginning, Thomas, there are mechanisms. We have measurement principles in IPSAS 46 and mechanisms for what is reliable information. I do trust that reliability is something to be worked out by preparers and their auditors. And we do have COV in other parts of our standards where there are significant challenges. Yesterday, Dave, you reminded us that we demonstrated those challenges even in PP&E with infrastructure asset. I'm thinking also defense asset is another very highly specialized area. We included COV in IPSAS 51. We haven't yet developed application guidance for 51. That will be another significant area where there might be a wide range of possibilities. So again, I am not persuaded that this wide range of possibilities is making it impracticable. If it is impracticable, I trust that the reliability recognition criteria won't be met, and then those assets won't be recognized. I think so. That's for that. Regarding the inconsistency, so there is an inconsistency, but I think we can explain. It's explainable, and it's defensible. And because our COV is rooted in principles, and the active market restriction is more of an older rule that was put in place as a reliability safeguard. Again, it goes back to the concept of reliability. I believe that reliability can be addressed at the implementation stage. Then, when we think about the work of the IASB, looking at their recent papers and the recent research outcome from their papers, the issues that were raised were more about recognition of these intangible asset, internally developed softwares, related to what's the unit of account, what's the definition of the elements making up the asset, control, and also different recognition thresholds. So what is research versus development? And also then related to measurement, it's more about useful life of the asset. Do we amortize? Do we not? What do we do? So all of these issues are more tied to the initial recognition at historical cost. Is how do you build cost on day one? And yes, COV is based on cost, right? It's more of a cost approach. But if the preparer cannot overcome the historical cost, initial capitalization or measurement on day one, then there's no COV to consider on day two. If a preparer, when they will be able to overcome those initial cost matters, and if the IASB creates a project where they develop additional guidance, I totally agree that those new emerging scenarios, type of assets, are extremely interesting and difficult, and I think we need more guidance in that space, but it's more at the initial recognition stage. And by the time this is figured out and there's more guidance, preparers will then be able to develop a reliable measurement or not of initial recognition, and then they will be sitting on reliable historical cost information that they developed on day one, and 1 year later, they're going to potentially be able to just actualize whatever they did on day one. That's how I try to make sense of all of this in my mind. So I think that the IASB project is interesting, but all of this, I think, is despite us bringing COV in as a principle, as a possible principle that makes sense in consistent with the framework. So I think it's different. The IASB project is more at the application stage. That's why I still am supportive of option B.
Thank you, Renee. That was very clear. And I see nods around the table. Andrew, can I invite you to kind of give us your preferences regarding option A and B now as C is no longer on the table? All right, I thought you were just waiting to come in, but obviously now you have kind of to digest that.
Yeah, I really struggle, I think, between A and B. The reason being is I personally don't see any difference between them, but maybe I'm too much of a theorist and conceptualist when it comes to this. If the reason being is if I apply B and I say I've got to put COV in and be faithful to the principles within the conceptual framework, in my mind and my understanding, I end up with some sort of measurement or threshold for recognition, which leads me back to A. So maybe that puts me in A, Thomas. If you're going to ask me which one I'm going to put in, I'm in A, right? So it's. I think I struggle with the wording of B. So I would be in A to explain that we do need some form of a threshold, and it goes to my earlier comment that I am concerned that when particularly looking at the cost approach of COV, that there's a lot of judgment, significant judgment and uncertainty that goes into determining that measurement base. The extent of looking around the uncertainties just in the development phase of most of these intangibles. As you're developing them, when you start out, you have no clue, with certain reliability, what that development pipeline is going to look like. In retrospect, fine, you can look back and see what it is. But now when you're determining COV, which judgment are you supposed to use? Should you use the hindsight to say, I'm now at the end of the project, that was the path, and I'm going to use that same path? Or is it different? And those are sort of the concepts that I really struggle with in determining. You've got to determine just an oversimplified term, current cost. I know that's not exactly what COV is, but just to sort of illustrate the point. So that's my one concern. I think the other concern that I've got with sort of allowing the cost approach at this stage is I'm not convinced that necessarily all of the guidance and the principles that we've got on COV translate into an intangible asset world. So, for example, unused capacity, modern equivalent, are the two most prominent ones that I can think of. I don't see how they get into intangibles. Intangibles, by their nature, are often highly unique and specialized in what they do. Where they are a little bit perhaps more broadly available, you potentially are already into the market approach. If you're not in the market approach and you are still sitting in the cost approach, I then still worry about how you flex these sorts of things. And I think there's going to be a lot more guidance and issues as you implement and develop that. And what does that mean then when you start trying to apply the same principles to tangibles and intangibles, but you've got to apply different application guidance in those that I really start to struggle with in my mind. I think prefer option A, and maybe it's with an active market restriction as Claudia gets to. I also immediately sort of go there if we are going to introduce some form of restriction. I go to active market. I worry about that if we go with option B. I worry about the narrative that we're putting in here. So the narrative that's been expressed through the slide deck, I think we are overpromising what we're actually going to deliver into the market, and what users can expect from COV suddenly being applied. I'm not convinced with the benefits that I'm seeing here. But yeah, let me stop there.
Thanks, Andrew. I think my immediate reaction to your last point would be that our stakeholders do not expect anything from applying COV because they don't want to apply COV in practice. They will apply historic cost, full stop. I think that's the reality.
just kind of as a practical response. That's not conceptual, I agree. Kind of regarding your other aspects, and there are many of them, but inconsistency kind of in implementation guidance between tangibles and intangibles, I think that's probably not a problem for me, because I think we already identified that intangibles are different than tangible. I think, and that definitely has to need a consequence, and probably that consequence is how do you apply it and how do you implement then COV for both. I think the difference between option A and option B is really, and I think we talked about that in our bilateral. In option A, we would need to kind of have a clear definition of what restriction would we kind of impose. So what would we expect to exist in order to apply COV to intangibles? Option B would be more descriptive. It would not kind of have one line being included in the authoritative text of the standard. It would be kind of later coming in, kind of describing how would you actually implement that. So I think there's a big difference. You rightly said, okay, when we kind of start defining it and being overly descriptive, then in the end we are narrowing it down to a restriction. I think that's what you kind of what your concern is. I don't think that is going to happen. Probably that wouldn't be a good use of the board time to do to be as descriptive that in the end we kind of end up with something which is a restriction. So that's as kind of immediate reaction. I see Yakuba is waiting patiently, and then I have like flags going up on the right side here. So that, for that turn, I go in the other direction, that you're not always in a disadvantage. So I would start with Mike and then go in that direction, but go to Yakuba first.
Thank you, Chair. I am in favor of option B. Because for me, we need to find consistency through our standards. So IPSAS 4046 is bringing these measurement techniques. So I think where we can apply that the COV, we should go ahead. So now, when it's come to market restriction, I'm not seeing those assets in the public sector having a market where they are traded. Most of the time, they are not traded in an active market. So I'm not seeing where I'm not convinced that a market restriction issue is in this case. Most of the points raised by Rene, I'm supportive, because when you look at the way previously the market restriction was set, now we have evolving techniques, valuation techniques, and for me, the remaining thing will be the uncertainty around the measurement. And we also have standards to deal with those uncertainties. So to me, we should go ahead with option B. Thank you.
Thank you, Yakuba. That was very clear. So going kind of in this direction, but have a different starting point than promised. I start with Dave, because he's the first on my right-hand side, and then go over to Mike.
This is a Dave for Yoon comment, not a Dave for Dave comment. So what Yoon indicated was that COV and fair value are fundamentally distinct measurement bases. COV focuses on usable service capacity from an operational capability measurement objective, while fair value focuses on exchangeability from a market-based measurement objective. Given this conceptual divergence, the active market restriction, which was designed specifically to regulate the application of fair value, might not be suitable for COV. When it comes to public sector entities, a large proportion of intangible assets are held for self-use rather than for exchange. In particular, some software and programs developed internally by public sector entities are only applicable to their own operational scenarios. They are specialized rather than for general purposes, making it difficult to find comparable products for their services in the market. Therefore, it might limit the usage of COV if imposing a market-based restriction. In addition, imposing active market restriction for COV might create an inconsistency within the IPSAS standards.
So Dave, for
So
you, and is
that's option B.
That's option B. I heard that as well. All right. So Mike, going over to you, then Songjin, and then Dina.
So thank you, Chair. Just another vote for option B. The first one is obviously to have a unique concept over our literature, which is consistent. That's quite fine. But I think the other, which we didn't discuss it, I think that if we deal with the COV for intangibles, is had also an additional advantage, because we shouldn't ignore that even under the amortized cost, we've got to test intangibles for impairment, comparable amount, and even taking into account that at the moment we are tremendously developing IT environment, new techniques, different innovation cycles, and so on. I think it really makes sense for us as a board to give guidance for that impairment testing under the amortized approach as well. And therefore, I see that link between COV and the historical cost accounting. And yeah, that's the reason why I think it's good exercise to go forward with option B.
Thank you, Mike, for that. Songjin, then Dina, then Angela, and then Judith. Oh, Murray, yeah. Okay, so just go around.
Thank you, Chair. And in retrospect,
That was your last comment, if you
yeah. In retrospect, I'm afraid my thought process was maybe too simple. But I approached this issue of choosing one over the other, following process of elimination. So when I take a look at option A, even though it says option A prioritize consistency with concept of active market, but that option A create another inconsistency from my standpoint, because I think Yakuba already mentioned that, and Yoon also echoed that. COV is based on, it is entity specific, but not only entity specific, but it's more of usage specific. It's based on current use. Then the notion of COV, conflict with active market. How can we put some asset specific to specific use on the concept of market exchange? So from my standpoint, option A have some kind of conceptual conflict within a built-in in the option. That's why I choose option B. It doesn't mean I can vision clearly about how the things will pan out when option B will be implemented. But still, when I choose one out of those A and B, I'm gonna support option B.
Thank you, Songjin. So Dina, then Angela, then Noyati.
So I would say that this specific topic is very close to my heart, because currently seeing this within the implementation, intangible assets is the most current thing that the preparers actually need support in from a measurement perspective. But let me simplify it by, we have different classification under intangible assets. Some that is very common, as you correctly said, Thomas, software is license, that I think all the users go with the historical cost. They will not gonna be using current operational value. But we have other categories that I think this is the main challenge that we're trying to find a solution for, which is internally developed softwares, patents. I think that is very clearly related to the public sector. And looking at the current operational value currently, I think this was not going to also solve the current practically to be implemented. I personally tried with some of the current engagements we have, but it's going to be very practically difficult, because it's highly judgmental. When you look at the replacement cost, when you look at the legal constraints, the obsolescence, all this to actually measure it and have it in place, it's not really practical. And also within the intangible assets, the main challenge is with the new classification, such as data, such as intangible heritage assets, what you touched about in March as well, which is not going to be solved unless we have this Agenda 6 intangible asset project that we're going to talk about in the work program. So having the COV as is, as an option B, if we're gonna apply it, I think we should be very careful, and our practical or the guidance should be very clear, putting constraints that it should not be inflated. They shouldn't be trying to apply it and actually measure those internally developed softwares or using the COV, because in that case, I don't think it would be reliably measurable, as you correctly said. So just wanted to put this in the table for us to think about it. If we're going to go with option B, we need to be very careful on how we're going to frame it accordingly. Thank you.
And you're saying if we go, which option would you go?
I would go with option B, but I want to make sure that when we apply it, we need to take those restrictions in mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Angela, then Noyati, then Judith.
Thank you, Chair. Ooh. Now that my favourite option is off the table, I have a challenge. As I said, I believe both are suboptimal and have issues. But if I have to choose, I'm choosing option A. What I prioritise most in this project is, regardless of the reason for holding an intangible asset, either a music right in an estate sale or an internally generated software. In my view, whether you hold that software to run the taxation system, or whether you hold that software in the private sector to run your client management system, the inherent nature of the software asset and the inherent nature of the music right says to me that what I favour conceptually is that they are consistently measured the same. I don't believe, in my view, that whether you hold it for operational capacity or financial capacity, the inherent nature of the asset is I'd expect them to be pretty much valued on a current valuation basis in the same way. So for that reason, at the end of the day, I think the issue arises from a rule in the for-profit standard and then which came into fair value. So for me, the consistency needs to be with the asset within IPSAS 31. So that's why I favour A, to get that consistency within intangibles, because the nature of intangibles is different in my mind from tangibles. And therefore, I would happy to live with the inconsistency between IPSAS 45 PPE and intangibles, and rather have the consistency within 31 because of my concerns of manipulation for effectively what I think is exactly the same asset and internationally should be valued in exactly the same way, regardless of the reason for holding.
Thank you, Angela. That was very clear as well. Noyati, Judith, Murray, and then going back to George.
Thank you, Chair. I have a mixed opinion here because some intangible, even though we did internally, but from the function perspective, might be have an active market. But if it is in option B, we should focus on the valuation process, because one of us, maybe the setback of doing the option B is it's exposed to manipulation because of the the valuation. It depends on the technique of the valuation and how they come up with that. But I think because of the how to measure the internally, or because of the sovereign power, let's say we give out the
the license, or I don't know, something about the sovereign power and how to measure it. It's more on the option B, because they don't have any active market, and like some of us say that it is more consistent with the measurement standard that we have. Thank you.
So if I understand you correctly, the result of your mixed view assessment leads you in the end to option B.
Yes, because we talk about the internally.
Yeah. Understood. I just wanted to clarify. So Judith, then Mary, and then George.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's a difficult decision. I think anyone has well slept yesterday thinking about that. But I was thinking about the requirements and criteria IPSAS 31 has to first to recognize an asset. And that I think is the big challenge for preparers, because they need to, in software, they need to divide the research phase and the development phase. And that's the big problem, because they have some mixed activities. But if they have a good result identifying these two phases, they have to measure only the development phase. So I'm not really sure if the market has information only of development phase, as technological enterprise are working right now. So I'm not really sure if option B is covering this contradiction in the processes of generating intangible assets. So I'm for option A.
Okay, just to clarify, I understood you're for option A. I understood your rationale is very much focusing on internally generated kind of intangibles, because that is where research versus development phase comes into play. Not every intangible is internally generated. So that's a specific problem. Just kind of say that.
Yes, only to add is in public sector, the internal assets are, I think, the most important assets we have as a government. So, and we don't have an active market for that. So yes, just that.
All right. Okay. Murray and then George.
Yes, thank you. The COB is a so important public sector specific measurement base, I think. And so I mentioned yesterday about the measurement. It is necessary to develop the measurement, how to measure the operation capacity in the public sector, and it can be applicable to if we developed the measurement basic. It is applicable not only the public sector physical asset, but also the digital intangible asset. And so however, it is necessary to develop how to measure such kind of assets. And so we have to, I mentioned yesterday, demand, how to demand and life cycle and financial perspective these are key perspectives to measure such kind of assets. And so that, for example, as to the demand, the current future demand and level of service, we have to identify. And so the life cycle perspective, the life cycle analysis and impairment, including impairment and risk. And so it is difficult to measure the operational capacity. However, we have to develop such kind of measurement. And so we have to analyze the external environment and internal environment in the public sector. And thank you.
So Mari, can I understand that you're voting for option B, but as Dina require clear implementation guidance under which circumstances to kind of apply
exactly.
that? Okay, thank you. So that leads me to George and Hervé Adrien, and then I'm looking to my dear old friend on the left side who has not yet raised his flag, which I cannot accept. So George.
Sorry, thank you. Always helpful to have a great partner next to you. This is a very difficult decision for me. As I've looked at this and I've heard the discussion, I'm leaning toward option A for the couple of reasons. One is, as I've looked at the type of assets we're talking about here, intangibles are highly unique, in many cases very volatile as far as value or worth. I'm not talking about cost, and difficult and potentially creating a possibility of manipulation of the balance sheet, overstatement of the balance sheet. And that those type of issues kind of lead me back to option A. And so, as I've reflected on this as a previous chair, this is the last discussion I would ever want to have about something. And I feel very uncomfortable taking a position that the board has already decided on. So in such a short period of time. But unfortunately, I wasn't here during that discussion. So that's where I would lean.
But probably to ease your discomfort to some extent, I think you're not contradicting what the board already decided in the past. As I said it earlier, we have like a 3-step decision. 2 steps are made and the third is missing. That's what we are debating now. We kind of decided it's conceptually applicable, it's practically applicable. Now we decide on, okay, despite of these 2 kind of general decisions, do we want to impose a restriction for the practical application then? And I think you kind of mentioned your preference, and that's 100% fine. I can kind of confirm that as a chair, that's not a very comfortable kind of debate to moderate. But anyway, Hervé Adrien, and then kind of looking to the left side to kind of close our round.
A lot has already been said. Just a short comment. I've heard a lot of concerns about possible manipulations of the valuation of internally generated assets, namely softwares. But as you said, I mean, not all intangible assets are internally developed. And well, for me, it sounds as if nobody considers the fact that those measurements will be audited. So auditors have a responsibility to analyze the methodologies, the way they are accounted for, measured, the development of internally generated software. The auditors always control the admittable expenses. Those are not admittable for capitalization. So I don't see what possible extensive and substantial manipulation would be at stake.
I need an alphabet from you. A or B?
My letter is B.
That was what I'm guessing, but I don't want to lay a letter into your mouth. So, Abdullah, kind of close us off.
So I will start with choosing an option out of them, which is option B. But to reflect on that, I recall the outreach event that we had with the IMF back in 23, and we had a presentation. They were talking about the public sector balance sheet. They were talking about 38%. That's what they are expecting from an economical point of view for the balance sheet of the public sector. And if we impose the restriction on such assets, especially intangible assets, then you are limiting the burden of recognition on there. So I would go with option B. I was about to say the same thing Hervé Adrien was saying. Those information are going to be audited. Plus, if entities include those in their balance sheet, who's going to use them will be very much if it's a debtor or any interested parties, they will go into the concept, the basis that they did the evaluation. So definitely option B from my perspective.
Thank you for that, Dave. Looking in your direction, do we have a comment from Karen? No. Okay, so we don't have that. I did the counting, but I don't want to kind of be kept responsible for counting, right? So I would love to have a show of cards. So I would start kind of, please raise your flag if you're in favor of option A. How many do you have, Ross? 5.
So I count 5 for option A.
And that's in line with my counting. Audited. Option B.
Nine in the room, 1 online for 10.
Again, audited in line with my counting. So I think we have a decision. And I think that is really important because we kind of asked staff to go away and to draft guidance, further guidance, how to amend IPSAS 31. We kind of now have decided that we amend IPSAS 31. We have decided as a board that we are not kind of defining a restriction, but we clarify, and I think it was well heard what kind of members said, that we clearly describe implementation guidance on how do we kind of want COV to apply it to intangibles. And I think that should kind of take consideration of the differences between tangible and intangible. I think we have heard that very well. So even if it's not in line with kind of, Andrew, what you wanted, or Angela, what you kind of argued for, but I thank you very much for kind of the hard work you did in the task force regarding that, because I think that was leading us to the point of today that the board was able to make a decision. I think that is an important step because now we can proceed with the project. And I'm very confident that we can lead that to a positive outcome. So thank you very much for that. That was really appreciated. And with 4 minutes delay, I think that leads us into the next agenda item, which is work program consultation. And actually, we start with an external presentation. And I'm very pleased to welcome Rachel Nubley for the first time to present to the IPSASB. Welcome, Rachel. Rachel is the Deputy Senior Technical Director of the IASB. She was appointed to the role in late 2025 to lead and support the development, management, and delivery of the IASB's technical activities and work plan. We are very lucky to have you, Rachel, today. That's fantastic. Thank you very much for taking the time. So kind of being here with us to provide an update on 2 IASB projects, which have been highlighted by our stakeholders as priorities for the IPSASB. And we're very pleased to hear from you because it's very important to see where the IASB is on these specific projects. And I have understood that you start with intangibles, which is very timely as we just kind of ended a very rough debate on how we kind of move forward with intangibles, but very interested to see where you are going. And with that, Rachel, again, welcome and looking forward to your update. Over to you, Rachel.
Thank you very much, and hello everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk to you about our IASB project. I must say I found the end of that discussion that you just had fascinating. It's clearly dealing with a lot of very similar issues to what we're dealing with on our intangible assets project. As Thomas highlighted, I've been asked to speak about two projects today. So that's our project on intangible assets and also our project on targeted amendments to our standard on provisions. I will now just see if I can get the technology to work and share my slides that I prepared for this meeting. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. That's great. So, as I said, I'll be talking about intangible assets and provisions. These are two very different projects in terms of scope. The Intangible Assets Project is a comprehensive project to look at our standard on intangible assets, looking at all aspects of it to try and identify improvements that we can make to the reporting of intangible assets. Our provisions project is a much more targeted project, looking at targeted improvements to aspects of our provision standard. However, they do have some similarities, these two projects, in that they both deal with really fundamental questions about definitions and recognition of assets and liabilities. So I will start with the topic you've just been discussing, which is in relation to intangible assets. This project was identified as a priority during our third agenda consultation, with many of our stakeholders calling for improved accounting for intangible assets and noting that the standard that we currently have, IS 38, is very old and as a result doesn't necessarily account very well for some of the newer forms of intangible assets that have evolved since IS 38 was developed. As a result, the project has two main objectives. Firstly, it's to improve the usefulness of the information that companies provide about intangible assets in their financial statements. And then secondly, to update IS 38, and in particular to make it more suitable for the newer types of intangible assets that are out there. Now, this is potentially a very large projects. Those objectives are quite ambitious, and it could end up with a project spanning several years. So to try and make this project much more manageable and to try and produce some improvements to the accounting for intangibles on a more timely basis, we decided to take a phased approach to the project. And in that phased approach, we would look at regular reflection points to assess the evidence for any improvements that we were looking to make. So following that phased approach to the project, we have identified two initial work streams to develop. Firstly, we would look at investor information needs. So what do investors need from information about intangible assets, and then look at potential changes to some aspects of the definition of recognition, the definition of intangibles, and the recognition requirements. Once we've completed those initial streams, we will then potentially look to some other topics that we could deal with in the project. So we would look potentially at intangible assets held for investment. So these are things like crypto assets or perhaps carbon credits, which are held with particular purposes in mind and present particular challenges for recognition and also measurement. We'll also look more comprehensively at recognition. A really important topic in this project is likely to be the disclosure requirements around intangible assets. We'll also have a look at some of the information about acquired and internally generated intangible assets, because we've heard concerns from some investors about the different information that you get depending upon whether an intangible asset has been acquired or whether the intangible asset has been internally generated. And some concerns about a lack of comparability that can arise when the same asset is acquired in different ways. And then finally, we may look at broader intangible items. So these may be expenditures that a company is incurring that don't actually meet the definition of intangible assets, but perhaps contribute towards the value creation of the company in the future. So just to have a little bit of a longer look at the initial streams of work, we've been told that whenever we start a new project, it's really important for us to understand what investors need from the information provided in the financial statements. So it's very logical that we start our initial work by trying to understand the information that investors want. They've told us they want better information, but what does better information about intangibles actually look like? In order to try and understand that, we're undertaking some initial research, both in particular sectors and also by intangible asset type, to try and understand the information that investors want, what they would potentially do with that information, and where they get that information now. If they're unable to get that information now, what's missing and what would they like to see in the financial statements? Our initial findings from that work were presented to the board in May of 2026. And I think one of the really interesting things about those initial findings was that investors weren't necessarily looking for more recognition of intangible assets, but would like to see better disclosures around intangible assets and better connections between the information about intangible assets provided in the financial statements and information presented elsewhere. The second aspect of the initial streams of work is around recognition of intangible assets and the definition of an intangible asset. And we're doing this by looking at a number of test cases. Now, the reason we're looking at test cases is to try and make this work more manageable. We're not looking to actually address the application issues associated with these test cases, but rather to use them to draw out principles and topics that we would like to explore further in terms of recognition and definition of intangible assets. The test cases that we selected are software as a service arrangements, so SaaS arrangements, and also agile software development. Once we have looked at those specific areas and those specific test cases, we plan to expand the conclusions that we get from that and test them more broadly. So having given you an overview of the project, I think it's important to talk about next steps. In terms of investor information needs, we plan to discuss the findings from this work stream and potential implications for the direction of the project with the ISB's consultative groups in Q3 of 2026. In terms of the test cases and the potential changes to aspects of the definitions of intangible assets and recognition requirements, we'll continue to work on those test cases and plan to discuss them with the board in Q3 or Q4 of 2026. I think it's really important to point out that the Intangible Assets project is still at a very early stage. We're making good progress on the project, but at this stage in the project, it's difficult to say when we will consult by issuing an exposure draft or a discussion paper around these issues, or indeed what the scope of any particular document would be. It will depend upon the outcome of these initial this initial work that we're undertaking. So that's an overview of what we're looking at in terms of our project on intangible assets. And I'll now move on to our project on provisions and the targeted improvements project that we're undertaking. As I said, this is quite different because rather than a comprehensive review of standard, it's really looking at aspects of IS 37, which is our project, which is our standard on provisions. Although it's a targeted review, I think it's important to say that those targeted amendments that we're proposing could actually have a very significant effect on the recognition of provisions applying our accounting standards. What we're looking at doing here is two objectives. Firstly, to provide clearer recognition requirements in relation to a provision, which could result in earlier recognition of provision for some levies. And the second aspect of this project is to provide more standardized measures of long-term provisions and greater transparency around the inputs into those measures. In terms of the project status, we issued an exposure draft back in November 2024 with a comment period that ended in March of 2025. Since then, the board has been redeliberating the proposals in the exposure draft and have been making refinements to aspects of the proposals, and also adding application requirements for, or proposing to add application requirements for levies. I'll just give you a brief overview of what we're proposing in this project. So what we're looking to do is clearer requirements on when to record a provision. At the moment, IAS 37 simply says that there must be an obligating event. So an obligating event must have occurred. But our work on the conceptual framework from a few years ago helped us to identify that really there are three aspects to this. Firstly, there is an obligation condition. The entity must have an obligation. So there must be some sort of mechanism that obliges the entity to act in some sort of in that way. It has to have a responsibility. It has no practical ability to avoid. The second aspect of this proposal is the transfer condition. So the obligation must give rise to an obligation to transfer an economic resource. Otherwise, there is no liability to recognize. And then finally, we have the past event condition. And this is that the obligation is a present obligation that exists as a result of a past event. I think it's fair to say the feedback on the exposure draft suggested that the obligation condition and the transfer condition were relatively uncontroversial. However, we did get quite a lot of feedback on the past event condition, largely because it touches on an area that has proved quite controversial in the past, which is the issue of levies. What we're hoping is that we can end up with some requirements here that will actually result in a better reflection of the economics of the levies. The issue that has arisen with levies is that the current requirements in IAS 37 have meant that levies are often recognised quite late in the day, and in some cases that can be situations where they're recognised after the period in which the entity feels it is actually having the levy charged on it, so what we call the levy year. Also, the current requirements tend to result in levies being recognised at a point in time, whereas the economics seems to suggest that they should be recognised over time. So what we've tried to do here is have a look at the past event condition again and look at including a general requirement for when there has been a past event, and then supplementing it by some additional application requirements for levies that we hope, taken together, this general requirement and the application requirements for levies will result in a better reflection of the economics of most levies, and perhaps in some cases earlier recognition for those levies. Moving on now to the measurement proposals, there were two areas that we were looking to clarify here. Firstly, the cost to include when measuring an obligation settled by transferring goods or services. What we're trying to do is get a more consistent approach to how those are measured. And then second area that we're looking to work on is on the measurement of discount rates. At the moment, there is diversity in practice in the way in which entities use discount rates to discount long-term provisions. And the proposals in the exposure draft and the tentative decisions of the board are to specify the discount rate that should be used to measure a provision and say that that discount rate excludes the effect of non-performance risk. In addition, we're planning to require disclosure of the rates used and the approach used to determine the discount rates. In terms of next steps on this project, we're much more advanced in this project than we are on the intangible assets project. We have made tentative decisions on most of the major areas of the exposure draft. But what we do want to do is a little bit of extra testing in relation to the application requirements that we have developed for levies. So we're taking a paper to the IASB at the June meeting, which is proposing to do some targeted outreach on the application requirements for levies. If all goes to plan, we would hope that we would complete our deliberations on the project towards the end of this year and hopefully be in a position to issue the amendments to IAS 37 during 2027. With that, I will pause there and hand back to you. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for presenting, Rachel. I think I can echo probably what you said earlier. I think it's fascinating to listen to you because I think that all sounds very familiar, right? That these are discussions we have as well. I think especially when you talk about test cases for intangibles, I think that kind of relates very much to what our undertaking is, and we will definitely watch that with great interest. IS-37 as well. I think everything you mentioned kind of it sounds very much familiar. As much as I understood, other than for levies, it's more clarification than a change, probably, right? I think that's definitely something we would also look at with great interest, because kind of what helps the private sector definitely would probably help the public sector in understanding the principles as well. So very, very interesting. Kind of looking around my table here, immediate reactions, applause, excitement. So any questions? Angela, I see it. You want to come in. Please come in, Angela.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We really appreciate it. I just have a question on provisions, actually. I'm very aware in the public sector and governments, constructive obligations are a significant part of our balance sheet, as opposed to contractual obligations, although we have those as well. I just wondered, in those projects, I guess it might be a little bit around the past event, but is there any sort of specific test case or thinking around constructive obligations versus sort of contractual obligations within the corporate space?
No, I mean, we do have the concept of constructive obligations as well within IS-37, and the targeted amendments that we are making to IS-37 do not in any way affect those constructive obligations. So the current accounting treatment that we've got for constructive obligations will continue even after we've issued these new amendments. As I said, they're very targeted, so we're looking to make as little disruption as possible to the requirements.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further questions? Rachel, this is not a lack of interest. Definitely the members are exhausted from kind of the discussion before that. So I take that as probably there are no further questions. But thank you very much again, Rachel. That has been incredibly helpful to inform our next debate on kind of work program consultation and kind of our considerations of which projects should we take on our work program next. And definitely we're always looking at what the ISB is doing and in what timing these projects are happening. So very interested in kind of looking at what you're doing and publishing in 2027 regarding provisions then. Intangibles sounds a little bit more far away for us in terms of reactions and analysis, what that means for the public sector. But again, thank you very much. I think that clarified a lot. And as said, we will follow that with great interest and looking forward to further interactions between you and us. With that, again, a big thank you and kind of have a great remaining evening, I guess, in your case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. So I think with that, it's not worth starting already, and I see members need a break anyway. And given kind of the great progress we made, I would even allow 35 minutes of coffee break. So isn't that a treat? So I would say let's reconvene at 3:30. We come back to this room in order to get the initial kind of presentation before we...
We're going to discuss SMC 2 and 3 and then go into...
Yeah, before we then go into the breakouts. So please come back to this room. leave your stuff here as you are, come back, and we start again from here. Thank you. So Alex, is that soccer? Do you want to give a short update or? Yeah, who's playing? Yeah. So welcome back after the coffee break, and thanks again for the great discussion before the break. It was very valuable. Before we move forward with the work program consultation, and Saya will kind of lead us into kind of in what sequencing we will discuss what. But there's a very important announcement to be made, and Emma is sitting next to me asking for, can I have the phone and can I have the microphone for a minute?
Oh, okay. Better start then. Thanks everyone. I just want to make a quick announcement that we're going to have a Women's Network event at 5 p.m. today. So at this event, we are very lucky to have a guest speaker from the IMF. So Era Double Norris is a deputy director of the IMF's Fiscal Affairs Department. So I want to just say a little bit about her background. So she is one of the IMF's most distinguished economists. So her experience spans outside of the IMF. And according to some IMF staff, she's really, really high up. So the opportunity to hear from her is quite rare. So it would be very nice if people can join us. And the event is is intended for women, as the name suggests. But if you feel really strongly about attending, of course, you are welcomed.
There was a precondition attached to that. You said a public announcement needs to be made. There's a restriction in that.
We just don't want to exclude anyone from attending. So yeah, just a couple of reminder that the well, you need to check with me first, but
some investigation.
Yes, yes. So the event will start at 5 p.m. and the discussion with Era will start at sharp at 5:15, and then it's gonna end at 6. And Renee is our moderator. So yeah, if you can join us at 5, that would be great. Oh, sorry, it's a location.
Are you asking?
I was so preoccupied with the gender thing, but the location is the lunchroom. And because the discussion starts at 5:15, you can always come to say hi to Era, introduce yourself before 5:15, or stay with the discussion as well. So the event will be at the lunchroom where we had lunch for the past 3 days. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That's
Thanks.
1 minute.
Thanks, Emma. I think the important issue for all of us is that we need to close at 5 sharp with our breakout groups. Okay, with that, Saya, Dinif, welcome to the table, and kind of over to you, Saya.
Thank you, Thomas. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. So I want to welcome Dinith. This is his first time at the board table. And as Ross mentioned yesterday, he is a new member of our staff who just joined just a few weeks ago. And we got him right to work on helping with the work program consultation analysis. So thank you for that, Dinith. And he's going to join me today for helping take some notes up here and helping with the breakout sessions this afternoon. So for this session today, I know everybody is a little bit fatigued from all the technical discussions today, so we are switching gears a little bit, talking a little more strategic. Hopefully this will give everyone's brains a little bit of a break, but this is still a very important discussion. So we're going to do a quick overview of where we're at in the work program consultation process, and look at some of the key themes that came back on each of the 3 SMCs related to financial reporting projects, sustainability reporting projects, and PIRs. We are going to start with PIRs and then go to sustainability and then do financial reporting projects. It might seem a little bit odd, the order, but the financial reporting projects are what we're going to discuss in the breakout groups afterwards. So that one's why that one's at the end. And we had the wonderful presentation from Rachel from the ISB, which gave us some really, I think, key information on timelines for ISB projects that ties into what we're discussing for our financial reporting projects. So that's very helpful. So just so everyone is up to speed here, because I know we have some new members who weren't around when this consultation first started. Last year, we spent a lot of the year developing the consultation, and then it was out, went out for comment last October and is out for just over 6 months comment period, and the responses just came back last month. So we're in our review period. This is the first time the board is looking at the feedback, and the goal really of this session today is to get your initial thoughts on what staff has analyzed and some of the recommendations we have, but we're not asking the board to make any formal decisions today. So I know all of these projects are interrelated, and we've had a lot of discussions on different things this week. So we want to hear from you in terms of, for PIRs, are you agreeing with where the staff is going? For sustainability reporting, are you agreeing with where the staff is going? And for financial reporting projects, there's quite a mix of what people suggested. So we'd like to hear your feedback and how you think we should take that forward, given the resource constraints that we have. And the goal then is for staff to take this all away and come back with recommendations in September on which projects we would add to the work program under each of those 3 categories. And then the board can make a decision at that point in time. So just in terms of an overview of the responses, so we got feedback through a variety of ways. We had 20 written responses, and we held 5 regional roundtables over the fall and spring months. And then there was also initial feedback gathered through the IPSASB's Public Sector Standard Setter Forum last September in Lisbon. And through that, we got a lot of really rich feedback. And this was an open consultation, which is a little bit different than what the board has done in the past. And this allowed stakeholders to tell us what their greatest needs were related to financial reporting projects, post-implementation reviews, and sustainability reporting projects. But as a result, we got quite a big range of feedback, which is not unexpected. There are a number of themes that came through for each issue, though. So that's what we're going to discuss today as we go through. So we'll start with SMC 2 on post-implementation reviews. So there was quite a list of different standards put forward for post-implementation reviews, but there were 2 key themes that emerged from the responses. And the first was IPSAS 35 on consolidated financial statements, and the second was IPSAS 18 on segment reporting. Now, IPSAS 35 was overwhelmingly supported by respondents for a PIR. Through both the written responses, the roundtables, and it was also raised at the Standard Setter Forum. And I think, as you may have heard if you were attending the FRIF meeting and if the KEG, it was a large topic of discussion at the FRIF meeting. So the reason why stakeholders are requesting a PIR is that there are issues primarily with the application of the control criteria. And there were some respondents who noted there's issues with the principles of control, and are they really the right principles for the public sector? But the majority of respondents acknowledge it's not necessarily a principles issue, it's a lack of application guidance and examples on how to actually apply those principles in the public sector itself, especially in complex government organizations. And so they suggested a PIRs to help the board gain a better understanding of what those issues are, and hopefully to potentially add some application guidance or illustrative examples to the standards and maybe develop some implementation support as well. But the respondents really felt it was important that the board understand the issues that are creating inconsistent adoption, a lack of adoption of the standards. Some jurisdictions mentioned that they did adopt the standard, but they made some amendments to it to make it work better and to have more consistent application of the control criteria in their jurisdictions, all of which would be really helpful for the board to understand, to see if there's any changes that we need to make to the standard or if there is additional implementation guidance that we could provide. The other topic, as I mentioned, was IPSAS 18 on segment reporting. So there was some support for this as well. Staff are not recommending that we take forward that PIR at this time, primarily because respondents very strongly supported aligning with IFRS 8. But the ISB had planned a fourth agenda consultation where they were considering including a project on IFRS 8, but that has now been deferred to 2027 because they want to do a joint consultation with the ISSB. So staff would recommend waiting to see where they're going with that and if IPSAS 8 gets included in there, and wait until 2027 to find out where that's going, and then decide at that point if we want to take on a PIR at that point on IPSAS 18 or wait until whatever happens with the ISB project. But that would allow board resources to be used for IPSAS 35, which is clearly the priority, and then we'd have clearer direction on what's happening with IFRS 8 for a PIR on IPSAS 18. We also received a really rich list of topics for PIRs that could be considered in the future, but the staff does not recommend pre-committing to any other PIRs at this point in time, so that the board can use the FRIF, the IAG, and some of our new initiatives to really understand where stakeholders are struggling the most, so we can remain dynamic and respond to the needs on a timely basis. So with that, I'll hand it back to the chair to see if staff or if board members have any questions or if they agree with staff's recommendation that IPSAS 35 is a key priority for a potential PIR.
Opening up for discussion. Abdullah, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just it's a clarification rather than a question, because I saw some of the responses. They were talking more about the control, just to go into the control. Are we going to be addressing only the control element, or are we going to go into more the coverage and all the other elements? Because one of the things that I would love to see, I don't know if it would be appropriate for the mandates of this board, just looking into why lots of jurisdictions are taking some waivers or being out of IPSAS 35 for the state-owned enterprises going into the equity method rather than the consolidation, and are there any other methodology that we need to apply in here? Thank you.
I think the PIR would be a broad PIR. The board would have to decide on the questions it wanted to ask, but I don't think it would be restricted to control. I think we could ask broader questions, and that control was just the most cited topic reason for a PIR in the responses.
Agree to that. Andrew?
Thanks. So agreed to 35 being the PIR. I think just the one thing I just perhaps want to caution is I think we just need to be very clear what the aim of a PIR is. The aim of a PIR is not to go and find places where implementation or application guidance is needed. It's to check is the standard working as intended. So I think we just need to manage expectations as we go into this new landscape as to what's the role of a PIR, the FRIF, the IAG, all these different things, that people don't get confused as to, the PIR is here and now I'm expecting you to solve all my implementation problems or application problems. So we just, I think, need to be clear about that.
I think that's a very good point, Andrew. When I talked to the IASB chair, I think that was the main lesson learned for them in their first rounds of PIR, to do the expectation management, because kind of everybody kind of just threw everything on their table where they had practical implementation problems and said, can you please fix that? Because it's really awkward and I don't know how to apply and how to implement. And that is not kind of the purpose of a PIR. So kind of doing the expectation management, being clear from the outset what is the intention of that, was his lesson learned for the second round. And that was his kind of like proposal and recommendation to us, that we don't need to undergo this painful lesson, as he called it. Ross, over to you.
Not much more to add other than along those lines. I think we have had discussions over the last 18 months on what a PIR would look like for us. We've documented some of that. And if we were to take one forward, and we take forward 35, we'd have to develop a request for information. So be very clear in that request for information why we're asking for that information. We'd have to have very detailed questions on what we're trying to get, and we'll have to be diligent as a board to stick to your points too, that we are asking the right questions in the right way to get the information we need to do the PIR properly.
But I think, again, Andrew's point is very valid, especially if you look at the second bullet point in the recommendation, because what we are discussing there mainly is implementation issues in the financial reporting implementation forum. And we are not talking about implementation challenges of IPSA 35, but kind of about conceptual challenges for preparers. I think in that regard, it's very important to kind of make that clarification when we introduce it to the FRIF and the implementers there. So good point, Andrew. Further comments? Okay, don't see any further comments. So kind of I get that as support, broad support for kind of the recommendation. Okay, so we can move on to SMC3 then.
Thank you. So SMC3 of the consultation asked respondents which sustainability reporting projects the IPSASB should prioritize. And there was diversity in the recommendations from respondents, but there were three key themes related to taking on new sustainability reporting projects that emerged from the responses, which we'll discuss in a moment. And there was also two key messages that emerged from the responses that encouraged the board to continue prioritizing two items where work is already underway before taking on new sustainability reporting projects. So I just wanted to note that the first one was encouraging the board to complete the climate-related disclosures public policy outcomes project, which we were discussing earlier today, because respondents noted that there is strong interest in this area, and it's an important building block of public policy programs, and it's important it's addressed in a timely manner. So there was support for, okay, sorry about that. So there was broad support for continuing with the public policy programs outcome project. Sorry. The second key message was the need for implementation support for the recently issued IPSASB SRS-1 on climate-related disclosures. And respondents noted this is a new and very challenging activity for the public sector, and most of the existing support materials from the IPSASB primarily reflect private sector perspectives, and they may not cover all of the issues that the public sector is dealing with. And implementation guidance is really crucial to ensure consistent, successful adoption of the standard. So that is something I think that you may hear more about. Staff are already looking into this topic as a potential topic for IPSASB Explains. So then I just wanted to get into the key themes on new sustainability reporting projects the board could take on when resources become available. So there were three key themes that came through from the responses. And I did want to note that as was laid out in the consultation, it's anticipated that the board could take on one new sustainability reporting project as resources become available towards the end of 2027, beginning of 2028. So the three key themes that came through were general sustainability related disclosures, RPG1 and RPG3, and nature-related disclosures. So general sustainability related disclosures received overwhelming support from respondents. It was the highest level of agreement in the entire consultation. And respondents noted that it was quite important to them to have a general sustainability related disclosure standard to establish the foundational principles necessary to support consistency, connectivity, and scalability across future IPSASB sustainability reporting standards. And they felt, the majority felt that it should be developed before guidance on other specific topics. This would help, they noted the public sector specific importance of this project and reflecting the role of the public sector in this project is important. Other important considerations that some respondents noted was that different jurisdictions have different priorities in terms of sustainability. So some responses that came through from respondents in Africa noted that they are not large climate emissions emitters, but they have other sustainability related goals related to addressing poverty and hunger, clean water, sanitization, and having a general sustainability related disclosure standard would provide a framework to allow them then to provide disclosures on those topics that are priorities in their jurisdictions but aren't yet covered by other specific standards. So they were very keen on a general sustainability disclosures project. Respondents noted that the IPSASB's work in scoping this project should be in collaboration with other standard setters and informed by relevant research, and should be taken into consideration with the existing guidance in SRS 1 and where RPG 1 and RPG 3 guidance may sit in the relation to all of that. So overall, there was broad support for that project. There was quite a bit of support for standalone projects on RPG 1 and equally for RPG 3. As I noted before, respondents were requesting a general sustainability standard first. And while there was quite a bit of support for guidance on RPG 1 and RPG 3, there was also quite a few respondents who were concerned about how feasible it would be to apply that in practice if it became a required standard or two required standards. They thought that the IPSASB should not rush into that project, and the board should have a research phase in and of itself to understand who would be using the guidance, how it would be used, whether there would be challenges preparers would face in reporting that information, and whether such guidance would actually materially increase reporting under both RPGs, because some noted that there is already reporting happening under other requirements that they have in their jurisdiction, specifically under things that would be covered by RPG 3. So they weren't sure that if RPG 3 is put in, that would really change how they are reporting. So those are some thoughts on that one. And then there was quite a bit of support for nature-related disclosures as well, but the key message there was that the IPSASB should monitor the work of the ISSB in that space and wait until their project is finished to begin a project like that in our work to minimize differences between the private and the public sector. And the ISB is currently working on an exposure draft to develop a practice statement that would leverage their principles in their S1 standards. So that would further provide support for us starting with a general sustainability related disclosures standard. So for all of those reasons, as is noted on the slide, staff would recommend prioritizing a general sustainability related disclosure standard when resources become available, but looking at where RPG 1 and RPG 3 could fit within the IPSASB's reporting landscape at the same time. So I'll turn it back to the chair for any questions and to see if members agree with the recommendations.
Thanks. So looking around, comments regarding SNC 3, Andrew?
So I agree with prioritizing general sustainability going forward. I think my question relates to the second bullet, just around the identifying in the project scope the placing of RPG 1 and RPG 3. In the in the work program consult, there was almost a sort of a pre-commitment to do a larger sort of review of the IPSASB's architecture. So it was going to be the sustainability, the RPGs, all the various parts. So I just wanted to understand, is that still going ahead? And the second bullet, does that sort of form part of that first larger project? Or yeah, just wanted some clarity there.
So there is a proposal for a piece of research on the larger framework between ex-IPSASB chairs to potentially do this as kind of a research piece to kind of look at the literature and the architecture. Timelines on that aren't fully laid out yet. So I think that's where that stands in terms of that. I don't think from a work program perspective that causes any issues with any of the decisions we need to make immediately, but it may be longer term on where RPGs sit now that we have sustainability standards. That could come into play and is something we'll need to think about. But maybe that's not your specific question.
All right, so going to Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Similar topic actually, and I think there may have been some confusion. If I look back at the consultation program, the consultation document, it talked about the IPSASB plans to undertake research on the architecture of his existing suite of literature to determine where guidance is best situated. And the completion of each additional piece of guidance will add pressure to the IPSASB to better define, situate and be clear on the applicability of guidance when developing its standards on both financial and sustainability reporting. This project wasn't on the list of potential projects, but I think there were around 4 or 5 response letters that went along the lines of, because of that statement, I think the constituent letters actually supported doing that work. But I think the constituent letters also went a little bit further and said this is a real issue in practice in terms of you've got RPGs, you've potentially got a practice statement, a materiality, you've got financial statements. So I think what constituents are looking for is to understand what goes in a GPFS, what goes in a GPFR, and what may be outside of financial statements. And I think why the constituents I've spoken to are most worried about this is because how to apply the materiality concept to the package or to the individual component, GPFS versus GPFR. And I recall some tensions in the discussion last year about materiality guidance and whether it was GPFS. And it comes back to the fact that our conceptual framework, as we all know, is very clear that there is a GPFS and a GPFR. So with our evolving sustainability suite, I think there is a genuine lack of clarity of how all our projects kind of connect with our conceptual framework and how does, well, I mean, it's more than, I guess it's more than just a location, putting that standard under the umbrella of sustainability, putting that standard under the general purpose financial statements. So, and I think as a result, as reading that, and because that almost looked like a committed piece of work, that I suspect people didn't vote on it, but I was reminded at the Public Sector Financial Forum in Lisbon, which sadly I was not able to attend. I believe it was one of the topics that was well supported by the participants at that meeting. And so I too am interested in that piece of work as a board, regardless of someone doing external research, which is of interest. But I had expected, and maybe I had misinterpreted, but I had actually expected that that was a piece of work that the IPSASB was doing. And I think that is a very important piece of work to input into the general sustainability discussion, because I think it comes back to, if we are going to work on a general sustainability, I think we do need to be really clear about this architecture piece of work. So I just wanted to sort of lay out possibly my misinterpretation, but I guess a little bit of lack of clarity of what we mean by architecture project and how it fits.
Ross and then Dave.
So I don't think the board was intending that that was a project on the staff's work program, which is why it would have said research. and maybe just stepping back, I think at the time we had the forum and at the time we put out the work program consultation, I'd say the architecture was a little more blurry than it is now because we didn't have a sustainability standard. We hadn't made the final decisions on materiality for SRS-1. We did have the question that I think still sits out there about what to do with the RPGs, whether they should continue to exist or not. And I think that question probably doesn't go away until we have projects to address those particular projects and decide what to do with them, if anything. My interpretation of what we heard, at least as it relates to sustainability, was a pretty strong push to do S1. And we did hear that in other conversations as well, which I don't think changes in terms of the architecture research that could be done to help with clarity. I think the areas where it was unclear was the future of the RPGs and whether we should have something else other than an RPG. And I think the board's already decided that when it comes to the materiality guidance, where we've put that as a practice statement for now. So that's where I think it is from our perspective on staff, and I'll leave it at that.
I see Dave is kind of putting down his flag or coming in, coming out.
I'll just add to Ross a little. I think that where RPG 1 and RPG 3 sit, the board needs to dig into IFRS S1 and really understand what is said in there and see whether these fit together, where they should go, where they shouldn't go. So to answer Andrew's question a little, I think there is some fitting together of these projects. Doesn't mean they're all going to be together, but I don't think the board can really decide until you move forward with that general disclosure guidance. I will say, I think Thomas or Saya said this off the top, we're not looking for final decisions here. We're looking for direction, and we can articulate this better going into September, but these types of comments are helpful in what we're trying to articulate in September.
Thanks, Dave. But in order to move towards September, I think what we can probably all agree to already is the prioritization of general sustainability related disclosures. I think that is what was overall supported, as Ross said. And probably we kind of flesh out a little bit the second bullet point here regarding RPG 1, RPG 3. Renee, I see you coming in on that, and then Andrew again.
Yes, thank you. That's also where I have more questions, and I wasn't clear was that second part. When I look at S1, I think that we need to give ourselves some credit. We've already done a lot of the heavy lifting work by bringing Appendix B into SRS1, and yes, we give it we had it intentionally focused on climate, but we've done it because we tied it to a climate standard. If we strip out climate, a lot of the disclosure requirements in there came from S1. We've already done all that work on materiality, right? So a lot of it, I think we've already done. So that's my understanding of maybe like the first part of the scope of that project, is that yes, there's work to do, and yes, we need to be thorough in looking at S1 if we do a true alignment project. But I don't think we're going to have to rethink a lot of the principles, because I think we've already done a lot of thinking on that. Now, where it fits with RPGs, I wasn't clear what the proposal was here. So I'm happy that we're going to rethink and refine this as part of this conversation. Because when I think of general disclosure requirements, sustainability requirements, and we look at RPG 1, especially 1, I find 3, let's put 3 aside, but RPG 1, it's about long-term financial sustainability. So if you think about general sustainability, well, you could put under general financials, long-term financial sustainability, and those other sustainability topics that S1 is covering. So I think it would be very useful if as a board, we clarify the scope of the project may include looking at least RPG1, I find that that's probably where there are the more overlap. So is that what we meant? Is that something that has support? Because you say, well, we're not going to include the actual development of RPG1 within this project. Well, maybe there's good content in RPG1 that can be leveraged in this project. So to me, there's a nuance here. And I just wanted to clarify, I think it would be useful that we can leverage some of it potentially.
Ross, come in on that, and then Andrew and Murray.
Yeah, just want to come in on this because I've been through a few work program consultations now, and we always run into this challenge of trying to jump ahead a couple of steps down the line on what we could or couldn't do. And I think it's just important that we acknowledge that the decisions we're taking now, when they're taken, I know we're not deciding today, but in September, are what we're going to add to the work program. And then we go through a process where we do research, develop the project brief on the scope, develop the intent of what we're going to do, whether a CP or an ED. And we continue to find things each of those stages. So I think it's important that we don't overcommit to what we might do in that S1 project. So we could explore whether to bring RPG1 and RPG3 in that project. But it's dangerous to say today that it will include that, because then we start to tie ourselves down. And when you find out more information in the development of the project brief or the exposure draft, then we start hearing arguments. So we told constituents we're going to do it this way, but we didn't actually think it through yet. And we haven't had time to think it through. So I think what we need to do is we need to show respondents that we heard their priorities and we're going to take those forward and we'll do the research. But we shouldn't be talking about scope of projects, of any of these projects, until we actually do the research. And we learned this quite well in the last couple of years, and a couple of the projects where it really helped us out. So one of them was natural resources, where we agreed to put it on the work program and do the research. But that project evolved quite a bit, and we gave it the room to evolve from when we started it to where we finished, because we didn't overcommit the scope on day one. So I'm not saying we're going either way. I just want to make that point now, because we can get ourselves into a bit of a pickle, for lack of a better word, if we overcommit to what any scope may or may not be right now. So I just want to make that point.
I think that's very helpful to make that point. Renee, do you want to come in on that? I'm a little bit conscious of time, because I think we probably should kind of make the initial decision that, yes, we give priority to S1, to general sustainability related, kind of leave it to staff to come back and refine that until this, September. But I think we should look at SMC1 and then go to the breakouts as well, so I have enough time for that. So Andrew quickly, and then Mary, and then I think move us on to SMC1.
Thanks. So Ross, I agree with you in terms of we've got to get the scope clear, and I think that was my concern around the second bullet. So for me, then I support the first one, general sustainability under this scope tick. I think for me, the second bullet forms part of the larger project on the architecture, and I think at some stage it would be good that we can get an understanding of what's exactly in there, because it seems there are differences in terms of what that's supposed to deliver. But my recommendation would be we take the second bullet out of here and put it as part of that project completely.
That was my proposal as well. Take the second bullet out and kind of agree on the first and agree in general, and then move on and discuss further in September. Mary?
I would like to prioritize the develop authoritative guidance based on RPG3, and because the RPG3's focus is on the service performance and service delivery, and so how it is related to the public policy and so climate related negative outcome and climate related positive outcome, and so it is so important for the preparers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. So do I see general agreement for the first bullet? I see nodding around the table. All right. So with that, Saya, move us on.
Thank you. So SMC 1 of the consultation asked respondents which financial reporting projects the IPSASB should prioritize, and there was quite a list of projects that came back, but there were 5 key themes that emerged from the responses: intangible assets, provisions, targeted improvements, climate-related and other uncertainties in the financial statements, disclosure of tax expenditures, and rebalancing resources to focus on current projects and implementation support. And these are the themes that we're going to discuss in the breakout groups. So I just want to give us a few things to keep in mind during our breakout group discussions. And I also want to let Fabienne share some feedback that came from the CAG. So just in terms of general considerations, as was laid out in the consultation itself, the board at that time expected it could undertake up to 1 new financial reporting project in late 2026 and early 2027 as other projects wrapped up. The board also made a decision yesterday during the improvement session to choose to take forward developing public sector specific guidance related to the climate-related, climate-related and other uncertainties project. So Emma has already done the work on the IFRS alignment piece of that, but it's the public sector specific guidance that people asked for. That work has not been done yet. So the board committed to that yesterday. So that's just something to keep in mind when we're thinking about what resources we have for other projects. The other points, so in Appendix A through E of this agenda item, there was specific points outlined for how these projects relate to timing and completion of related ISB projects in alignment with IFRS. So keep those points in mind, as well as resources in terms of can we leverage IASB guidance or other guidance from other standard setters in the projects, because that would affect the amount of resources needed. And staff had recommended potentially how some of those could be taken forward if the board decided to propose them. But just as a reminder, intangible assets was the most proposed financial reporting project by respondents, but they very much wanted to remain aligned with IFRS, and the IASB project, as we heard, is in early stages. So that work could be leveraged and we can keep up to date on that research, but we wouldn't necessarily be able to start a full-scale project on that right now based on where they're at. But there may be some other things we could do if the board wanted to prioritize that in terms of using the FRIF for early research or things like that. For provisions, respondents also strongly supported alignment with IFRS, and that project is nearing completion but not quite done yet. But they also supported some public sector specific issues be addressed as that part of that project as well. So we just need to keep that in mind, and potentially how that relates to IPSAS 42 and IPSAS 48 as well. We already talked about the climate one. Disclosure of tax expenditures, that would be just a public sector specific standard. There's no IFRS standard to leverage, though there is some work done by other standard setters that we might be able to use. That could start at any time. It would be a disclosure only standard, which historically we have not had wide adoption of disclosure only standards. So that might be something to keep in mind in terms of would we get a good uptake on it. And then the final theme was rebalancing resources to focus on current projects and implementation support. And there was very clear stakeholder requests for this. It was something that was also supported by the CAG, as Fabienne will mention in a moment. And several of our conversations with the IMF and others over the past couple of days have also supported that. And it's something we're heard from both new and mature adopters of IPSAS. There are some initiatives underway related to the FRIF and IPSASB explained, but we need to consider, do we want to allocate more resources towards that? With that, I will turn it over to Fabienne to share the CAG's feedback.
Thank you, Saya. Yes, on how the IPSASB should balance stakeholder feedback, calling for a slower pace and greater focus on implementation support. CAG members strongly supported the IPSASB slowing the pace of development of new financial reporting standards and rebalancing resources towards implementation support. The CAG noted that stakeholders are dealing with standards fatigue, as several complex standards have been issued recently, and there is a risk that developing countries cannot keep up. And that's the largest group currently adopting IPSASs. And in that sense, CAG members recommended that the IPSASB should consider extending and avoiding overlapping effective dates of new standards. The CAG emphasized the importance of the IPSASB staying engaged on emerging issues, as well as up to date on relevant IASB projects, such as intangible assets and provisions. We've heard about that earlier on. Still, while a pause on financial reporting standard setting was broadly supported, CAG members stressed that the board should not halt sustainability reporting work and should ensure any new projects address a clear public sector reporting need. And the CAG was also asked how their own jurisdictions support the adoption and implementation of accrual-based accounting standards and what advice they would provide to the IPSASB to advance the initiative. And on this, CAG members stressed that successful IPSAS adoption is not just an accounting exercise, but a broader government and PFM reform process requiring political buy-in, legal frameworks, change management and capacity building. And the CAG advised the IPSASB to promote real-world success stories of IPSAS adoption to help politicians and ministers of finance understand the tangible benefits of adopting IPSASs. And lastly, the CAG also suggested that the IPSASB should facilitate knowledge sharing amongst jurisdictions and collaborate with regional development banks, the World Bank, the IMF, and other development partners, while remaining a neutral standard setter focused and body and providing practical tools and resources to support implementation. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabienne. Just some brief logistics. So we have from now till 5 o'clock to have the breakout group discussions. There will be one group here in this room, and I'll put up the names on the slide in just a moment. And there'll be two groups in the lunchroom downstairs. One will be with Ross, one will be with Dave. And then tomorrow morning, we will have a report back to the IPSASB on the feedback from those breakout sessions. There's 3 questions that we're discussing. The first one, and I think most important one, is which financial reporting project or combination of financial reporting projects from the 5 key themes to SMC1 do you think the IPSASB should prioritize adding to the work program? And your feedback on this will be very helpful for me in building a recommendation for September. And then just, is there any other factors or considerations that we might not be thinking of, like timing, alignment with IFRS projects, that we should be considering and building that recommendation? And then was there any additional key themes we haven't already discussed in the responses to SMC1 that staff have not identified? So with that, here's the list of where everyone's allocated. If your name is not on the list, just please stay here in the boardroom, and all virtual attendees will be part of this discussion in the boardroom. And with that, I'll turn it over to Thomas for any other instructions and to wrap up the open session of the meeting.
I think no other instructions. Then please go as soon as possible and as quick as possible, because I think we are limited to 5 o'clock because of the Women's Network. So with that, good luck and please go.
Yes. Yes, that's just the question Renee asked. Just take your things with you if you're leaving this room, because you're not going to come back here afterwards. So